so stand up. Alright. Gonna show what we can do with your love. Alright. ACC, you're looking good with your help. We are the side. Let's tell the world to give. Let's all make it happen. Then you know from today we all will be okay. Baby doll, get you to move. It's alright. With big doll, you get to choose. So stand up. Alright. Gonna show what we can do with your love. Alright. ACC, you're looking good with your help. We'll be alright. Let's tell the world to give. Let's all make it happen. Then you know from today we all will be okay. Baby doll, get you to move. It's alright. With big doll, you get to choose. So stand up. Alright. Baby doll, get you to move. It's alright. With big doll, you get to choose. So stand up. Alright. Unify, peace of mind on the floor. Take a little time. Come and see you and me. Make a little sign. I'll be there after a while.
Okay, I'm out of breath. Hey, so welcome everyone to ACC's Big Day of Giving Telethon Day 1. So we're coming to you live from ACC Sacramento on Park City Drive. So I'm Jean Shimono, ACC's board chair and acting president, and your co-host along with Scott Okamoto, our marketing and communications manager, Jeri Shikuma, community and home-based administrator, and Danny Lee, our lifelong learning and wellness manager. We're live streaming on YouTube and Facebook, and we welcome you to enter your comments in the chat box, tell your friends to tune in, and of course, donate money to ACC's Big Day of Giving. We have 2 great days of musical talent, cooking segments, information on ACC programs, interviews with people who are dear to ACC services, and much, much more. So Scott, Jeri, and Danny, are you excited?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So Scott, let's start off the telethon.
Absolutely. So to start off the telethon, we have raised so far $259,848. That's a great start on our way to our goal of raising $500,000 over these 2 days. So with your donations, we can get there and hit that goal.
There are many ways you can donate. You can give online through the link on your screen, or you can call our show at 916-503-5380. Operators are standing by. We have, we have ACC board members, Betty Masuoka and Linda Kabatic, working the phones. You can go to ACC's website, accc.org/BDOG2023, or the Big Day of Giving website, bigdayofgiving.org, and select ACC Senior Services. Stop by ACC. Volunteers are at the front door ready to take your donation or drop a check in the mail to ACC.
And if you donate $1,000 or more, you will see your name on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. The money raised this year from the Big Day of Giving Telethon will go to a lot of different things. So that includes ACC Rides transportation program, lots of activities for our residents and community members, our caregiver support programs, senior escort program, online programs, and many more.
So over the next 2 days, we're going to entertain you, inform you, and inspire you with music stories from our ACC community. Can you believe this is our 4th year doing the Big Day of Giving Telethon? No. So Scott, you're one of the original MCs in 2020 when we first did this. So tell us about it.
I think we've learned a little bit since then. The first one was done out of necessity, and now we do it just because it's fun. Everybody has fun. We get to entertain you, like we mentioned, as well as share a lot of great information regarding ACC. But most of all, we make much needed funds for ACC to continue all of our services over these 2 days.
For the complete telethon schedule, go to our event page, accsv.org/BDOG 2023. We have more than 30 segments today. This includes the Little Uke Group at 4:51, Carla Fontanilla and her band Ho'opili at 5:35, Patty Wood at 6:06, Moni Kondos at 6:40, Lana Chong's cooking demo at 6:46, ACC Guitar Ensemble at 7:35, and close to the telethon, and to close our telethon tonight, Maylee Tom and her dancing Tomcats at 7:57, and so much more in between.
So Jeri, are you ready to start off the telethon?
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So we're going to start off with seeing a video, Rides for Life, with featuring Loren Peters, and we're going to get going with that video.
A lot of them are going to the doctor, and I think they just don't have the money they can't drive anymore. Either they've already had to give up their license, or maybe too poor to have a car. Most people are glad to see us, and I had a lady say once, "What else do I have to look forward to?" I'm excited about you guys coming to pick me up, you know.
I feel so happy, you know, they have this transportation to my home because I am handicapped. I'll see you later. I can drive it.
She lives deep in the pocket, so she's the last one we'll drop off. Always, huh? But it's still a sweet time together.
Wonderful. For people like me who don't drive and don't have much of a family here, we need it.
Because I can't walk and I need to get over to Bel Air for my groceries.
From 2003 to 2019, the total amount of rides that we provide is 500,289 approximately.
We need to get over there, and we don't have transportation at our age anymore, so we have to rely on ACC, whatever they could provide for us.
Our drivers will notice if somebody's health isn't normal, isn't what it usually is, and they will contact the family. And the family's grateful for that, because maybe somebody who's usually peppy and walking really well, one day we go to pick them up, but they're moving slower, they're not as sharp, and you just know that's not how they're supposed to be.
It's a cycle of life. Eventually, I are going to be in that stage. You know, let's remember that we don't always all stay young. And one time, lifetime or another, we're going to become seniors. And we're going to want to be able to have programs and resources to be able to go and socialize and mingle with other seniors, you know, and not just stay home and deteriorate, because usually that's what happens with a lot of our seniors.
They need us, without a doubt, and they appreciate us. That's an exciting thing. Most of them tell me they're just so glad to see ACC pull up.
I just love that video. It already warms my heart every time I see it. So 2023 is the 20th anniversary of ACC Rides. A big shout out to ACC Rides.
Woo!
To start off the telethon, you can donate today to honor Rides. Rides is dedicated to getting people to where they need to be and providing a much-needed transportation service in the community. To date, our drivers have given more than 544,000 rides to doctors' offices, dialysis, grocery shopping, activities for ACC classes, and support groups. Rides is more than just a ride. It's an uplifting experience, as you saw during the video with Loren Peters, our driver here. Jeri?
So as you said, Jean, this year is Ride's 20th anniversary. And we're here with Loren Peters, who's the driver you saw in the video, and Virginia Winicky, who is our Rides program manager.
Hi.
And so I don't know if people know this, but ACC Rides Transportation gives rides to seniors to medical appointments and grocery stores at and many other things, many other kinds of outings at an operational cost of over $1 million. And this includes the cost of vehicle maintenance, insurance, registration fees, and fuels, not to mention our dedicated staff. Your Big Day of Giving donation helps to fund Rides. Virginia and Loren, can you tell us what Rides means to you?
Let me take it from here, Loren, then I'll
Okay.
give you the rest. I know you'll speak more than me, okay? Anyway, ACC Ride, just like Jean said, is not just a transportation that we provide. It is the caring act that we assist with the clients, and most of the times it's also a helping hand, and they tell us some personal things that sometimes it's heartbreaking, and most of the time also it's heartwarming. So please support ACC Rides, especially on our 20th anniversary, and give us another 20 years with ACC.
Of course.
Thank you.
I'm so thankful to be here with these ladies, especially being now the tall one in the group. A little odd for me, but it's great to be with ACC Rides. What a blessing it is to know not only are we helping seniors get to their appointments, but also ACC Rides is a benefit to all of us employees. There are a lot of volunteers, of course, who are driving, but we who are employed appreciate it as well. So thank you so much, all of you who are involved with the ACC family, for giving us an opportunity to serve as well as make some money. And so great to know that we're still carrying a lot of people who we thought might not make it through the pandemic, but have, and such a joy to be able to see them again.
Thank you so much, Loren and Virginia. Thanks for being here. How about a round of applause for them?
Thank you.
Now we're here from Scott Okamoto. Scott, take it away.
I'm going to go this way.
Thank you so much. So I'm out in the tent on the patio with Suleka of Thai Basil. She's going to be making a citrus chicken salad with us tonight. So introducing Suleka. Thank you so much for being.
For having me here, and it's so exciting to see everybody here. It's just so much energy here, and it's just a positive thing to do. And I'm so grateful for you guys including me in this event. So today we are making a citrus salad with chicken, and it's going to be pretty much a lot of seasonal. And this time of year, our bodies need some citrus to give us some energy, some vibrate, the vibrant that we have in our body. It's not working? I'm sorry. Oh. Hello? Can you hear it? Okay.
Perfect.
So we have, what I'm bringing is like a lot of mixture of salad, lettuce, and then some oranges, some blood orange, caracara orange, some grapefruit, which is a lot of these are from my backyard and my neighbor's backyards, which is a lot of people's backyards probably have a lot of citrus going on right now. So
About as fresh as you can get, right?
yep, and just go in the backyard and just grab whatever you feel like eating today, and then we have some chicken, and it can be leftover chicken breast from last night or roasted chicken that you have from Costco or Safeway, just shred it, and then you can just kind of put it together very easily. So what I would do is I would just grab some chicken in here and some fresh herb like onions and cilantro. And then we got a little bit of soy sauce in there.
And with the cilantro, you have mixed in some green onions as well?
Yes,
Oh,
there's some
perfect.
kind of fresh herb. And we add a little bit of vinegar. It can be white wine with vinegar or some citrus vinegar, some apple vinegar, and some sesame oil. And I add a little bit of zing, which is like a little bit of curry, roasted curry in there. Since it's Thai food, we're gonna have to have a little bit of curry in there. And we're just gonna toss it.
Perfect. And while you're
Yeah.
tossing that, can you tell us a little bit about how you kind of got into cooking? Is it a family affair?
It is a family affair. It is also family obligations.
We all know those.
My mom and her sister own a restaurant many years, and it's still going in Thailand right now. And it's run by the third generation. My cousin is running it. So when she moved here, my sister wanted to open a restaurant, and I was already in a different path of career, and I was actually in design and architecture, and they said, no, you want to own your own business. You got to come and help us. So long story short, now here I am. I'm still working on it, and we've been open. This location is going on 21 years.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's our story.
Perfect. And if people want to visit your location while you're mixing this up too, you're down on J Street at 25th and J?
That's correct. That's a location that we've been there. It's a corner of 25th and J, which is it's actually on 24th. But the address 2431, but the corner is 25th and J. I don't know if anybody's been there since. So we're just gonna mix it up really quick like that. What I would do, I would just put the rest in there. So.
And as far as the citrus, I noticed you have some blood oranges over there as
Yeah,
well.
we have blood orange, we have coral orange, we have grapefruit, and we also have green apples, which is kind of add a little of a crunchy. This is the salad that you want a lot of textures, a lot of crunch, a lot of flavor.
So it's diverse.
Yeah. And I will add that to that, and I will also add lemon juice from the backyard. Okay.
So I can imagine your backyard is probably a treasure trove for a chef.
And it's, I live in Midtown also, and there's a lot of citrus in that area. And also it's just not just mine. We have Myers lemon, but it's also my neighbors, and we always share. Like the blood orange actually for my neighbors.
Very nice.
And the other orange. So we're just gonna put on top of that.
And so I imagine by seeing this would be a great family meal or a great meal to take
It could be a
to
great
a party.
lunch also, And we can just
Nice
put
and
that
light
on
as the
there.
heat comes around.
Yep, like that. And a little bit of orange, and what do we have here? Some sesame seed.
Perfect. And you go with the white sesames?
It can be anything. This is a very easy dish that whatever you can get from your cupboard, whatever you have in your pantry, just put it in and.
So the kitchen sink type style salad.
Yeah.
Everything you've got that's fresh and in season, you grow in your home, you just throw into the salad.
Yep, and if you have some like potato chips, or this is a taro chips.
Perfect.
And then some crispy nuts. You can have a cashew, almonds, and this is like a pea and
Adds a nice
lentil.
crunch.
Yep, it should have a nice crunch to it. And voila,
Wonderful.
we have a citrus
That looks
salad.
absolutely delicious. So if people wanted to come and order this on the menu, is it on your menu
It's
at
on
the
a,
restaurant?
It's on a season menu right now. Yes.
Perfect.
So we have a season. We have a regular menu, which is like a traditional Thai pad Thai, dragon noodles, or any kind of curry, yellow curry, red curry. But we also our restaurant is one of the very first restaurant that was part of the Farm to Fork campaign that Visit Sacramento has. So we've been invited to participate from the day one. And even before that, it's part of our philosophy of cooking since my mom's, she grew up visiting farmers market as we growing up in the, and her restaurant always about go to the market and get whatever in the season, whatever the farmer just grab. If it rains the morning, she'll go to market and get some mushroom because she know the farmer is going to be bringing some mushrooms. That's the kind of, we've been doing that way for very beginning. So it was really easy for us to just like, okay, we'll do part of Farm to Fork, if that's what they call it.
Absolutely.
So,
and it keeps
yeah.
everything fresh on your menu, I'm sure.
So our
as you rotate
seasonal
through.
menu change about 3 times a year.
Okay.
Just basically it's fall, summer, and spring. So right now is in between. Sometimes we change a little bit more of some item just to get because asparagus came so late this year because of the rain. So we kind of just add asparagus in about last week. So right now it's asparagus, some citrus, and mushrooms. Always been in the season, but in winter we always have that.
Perfect.
Okay,
Well,
thank
thank you
you.
so much, Suleka. And please visit Thai Basil Restaurant down on J Street.
Well, thank you for having me.
Of course. Thank you so much.
All right.
And now I have the pleasure of introducing a group of entertainers who exemplify the caring spirit of ACC. The Pocket Pickers were originally students from ACC's first 2 ukulele classes and enjoyed playing together so much that in 2009, they started ACC's first performing music group. They have been performing for the past 14 years and are still going strong performing for our residents at the Care Center, Greenhaven Terrace, and Maple Tree Village. So let's hear a little from the Pocket Pickers.
We are so happy to be here today as part of the Big Day of Giving Telethon. Thank you, ACC, for having us. We are the ACC Pocket Pickers and the Gracious Ladies Okehaulahi, members of the ACC music program here. These 2 performing groups started as from a beginning ukulele class in 2009 and a hula class in 2006 that were both offered here at ACC. It is known that music improves your mood, brings back older happy memories, encourages socialization, and promotes overall mental and physical health. So these 2 groups have been giving back to the community by entertaining residents at the ACC Care Center, Maple Tree Village, Greenhaven Terrace, local churches, and many outside nursing facilities and community centers. We are always rewarded with the smiles we receive back from our audiences. ACC offers so many fun classes in addition to the music program, so please support ACC by making a donation today. Our first song for today is Sweet Caroline by Neil Diamond from 1969.
Where it began, I can't begin to know it, but then I know it's growing strong. Was in the spring, then spring became a summer. Who'd have believed it'd come along? Touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I'd be inclined to believe they never would, but now look at the night, and it don't seem so lonely. We could put up with only 2. And when I heard he comes off my shoulder, how can I hurt when holding you? Warm, touching
The next number is a beautiful hula called Hanalei Moon with the Gracious Ladies. And this dance was the choreography was done by the late Francine Hutchian. Our next number is a song by Jimmy Buffett from 1977 called Margaritaville.
Nibbling on sponge cake, watching the sun bake. All of the tourists covered in oil, strumming my sixth string on my front porch swing. Smell those shrimp, they're beginning to boil. Wasting away in Margarita, searching for my lost shaker of salt. Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's nobody's fault. Don't know the reason, stay here all season, with nothing to show but this brand new tattoo. But it's a real beauty, a Mexican beauty. But how I got nobody's fault. I threw out my flip-flop, stepped on a pop top, cut my heel, had to cruise back home. But there's ways in the blender, and soon it will render. That frozen concoction that helps me hang on. Wasting away again in Margarita, searching for my love, shaker of song. Some people claim there's a woman to blame, but I know it's nobody's fault. Yes, and some people claim there's a woman to blame, but I know it's my own darn fault.
Thank you for having us today.
That was fun. That was fun. Thank you all.
Well, hello, everybody. So many of you might know that Monday was May Day, which in Hawaii is Lei Day. And I am here with Edlin Cardenas from Edstraordinary Leis and Flowers. And she's here to present Carnation Leis to our Greenhaven Terrace Assisted Living Executive Director, Brittany Yamada, and her staff, and a few of our assisted living residents. Edlin, would you like to present the leis, or actually first, would you like to tell us why you've donated these leis?
Well, you said it just right. May Day is Lei Day in Hawaii. I'm originally from Hawaii, and I celebrated Lei Day this past Monday, and I had extra flowers, and I wanted to be able to give it to people who are most deserving, and I felt that this community was best represented that, especially I have an affinity for our seniors. So this is just a great way to give, and the telethon, and I thought this was just amazing. So here I am to present these leis to your people.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Let's get started. I see these beautiful leis, and I'm sure that Brittany and our residents would love to have them. So, yeah, would you like to go ahead and
Absolutely.
present?
Absolutely. So I'm going to give you the tea leaf lei.
Thank you.
Yes, this is a significant for protection. So since you're the director, and then it's
Thank you very much.
and you're supposed to give a hug. That is the customary way. Thank you. And then who else
And
should
we have lots of our residents right here. Should we walk over?
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Mahalo. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Here we go. Aloha to you.
Thank you.
Aloha. You can sit. Who else? Back here? Here we go. Aloha. Who else? We got.
We have some of our residents over here.
Back here?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Aloha. Aloha. There you go.
And while Edlin is
you're
presenting those leis, Brittany, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you, Jeri. I just wanted to say thank you to Edlin for providing these beautiful leis to our residents. She provided enough for us to take back to those who weren't able to make it today. So thank you.
You're welcome. Mahalo for having me.
Thank you so much. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
And Edlin's shop is in Elk Grove,
It's
right?
in Elk Grove. You can find me on Facebook at Edstraordinary Leis and Flowers, or on Instagram, which is Edlin Cardenas.
All right.
Mahalo
Thank you
nui.
so much.
Thank you.
And now we're going to have Danny talk to us a little bit about pickleball. Danny.
Hello, everybody. So we have some fantastic pickleball players here. Oh, and here's a couple more we just found off the street, didn't we? Hi, everybody. I just wanted to make a little announcement before we go on. Everybody here who's in person or in that room, we have some fantastic food for sale in our culinary center. So feel free to stop by. Let one of our volunteers know if you'd like some chili. There's Chinese chicken salad. There's popcorn, drinks, all kinds of different things. So make sure to go check that out. But let's go on to pickleball. So everyone's heard about pickleball now, right? Yes. Yeah. You guys here, how often would you guys say you play?
3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah. Anybody else? Every day? Every day. Every day. 7 days a week, every day? Oh my gosh. Can we take a second to introduce ourselves here?
Hi, I'm Jim Stratton.
Scott Hokama.
Ron Nim.
Roddy G.
Jan Goto.
And May Okuhara.
Okay, thanks everybody. And so, how long have you guys been playing pickleball roughly? Does someone want to speak on that? Oh, the longest, huh? You guys are the longest players?
Yeah, I've probably been about 6 years now. Yeah, about 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah, about 4 years.
4 years? 2 years? Okay, how about you?
4 years minus a year of the pandemic.
Ah, I see. That darn pandemic, huh? Well, some of these guys here are wonderful ACC pickleball players. We play 4 times a week now, actually, right now, 9 to 12. And we just did also have a pickleball tournament this Tuesday. They wrangled me in to play also. I did. I got a silver medal, luckily. Phew. Oh, thank you. But, you know, I think something that's wonderful about pickleball is not only are you guys getting out there and being active, but you're also having lots of different social interaction. Is that right? I mean, you guys are having a party out there, right? Anyone say?
It's a very socialized game. And, the sport is not just for exercise. I mean, you get to meet a lot of people, all kind of people, and it's fun.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's, I gotta say, frustrating for me because I can't get out there and practice, but you guys make me really want to practice now. I gotta get out there 7 days a week like you, Jan, right? Is there anything that anyone wants to say to somebody who's interested in learning to play pickleball or maybe a little nervous?
Sure, it's really easy to learn. At the ACC Community Play, we're very welcoming of newcomers. We loan you a paddle, we'll teach you the basics, and the rest of the players are happy to play with beginners and enjoy the game. Right. And you'll be laughing at your mistakes, which is a lot better than what happens in golf.
People aren't laughing at you in golf, huh? Not so forgiving. Yeah, I think it's a really wonderful sport, and it's so inclusive. I see some people's kids out there, and some people with their grandkids even, so it seems like a really fun way to get seniors active again and social. So I've really loved it. But May, speaking of laughing, everyone knows May's laugh here. But May handed me something earlier today. I don't know exactly what it is.
This is, we raised money from the ACC Pickleball Tournament, and we are donating a total of $2,315 to ACC from all our pickleball members. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. That was a surprise. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys. I saw a check. I was like, what is this even for? So thank you guys so much. And, you know, everyone I say in the pickleball group here and even outside of ACC has been so warm and welcoming. And it's just fun. So thank you guys so much for being here today. And look forward to seeing you guys out on the courts.
They want to see you on the court, too.
Yeah. They said they want to see you on the court, too. Okay, thanks.
Okay, that was a fun group, the pickleball group. I hear them laughing, they're hitting the ball, they play music, they're chanting it up, and they're having really a good time 4 days a week because they're outside my window and you hear this whack, whack, whack. But they're just, pickleball is just one of the many activities we have here at ACC. We have classes, we have workshops, club activities, and special events. And if you're a participant, please consider a gift to ACC and pay it forward. So now for this segment, ACC is one of the few places where people of different ages and walks of life can meet and form friendships. We'll hear from Mollie, Chow, and Bienko, who have become great friends through the Senior Escort program. Mary is a dear friend of mine, and she's volunteering here today, helping us out for the telethon. But she's also an escort for the senior escort program, and that's how Mollie and Mary met. So let's watch the exchange between these two dear friends.
Mollie and I met in October, November of 2021. And we did a walk together at the senior escort program. And it was one of our first walks for the program.
Yes.
And we've been friends ever since.
Mary is a very charming, personal friend. I met her and I found that we have so many common interests. And so we became very good friends. In fact, we became gala partners.
Yes.
Yeah. That's our first outing with each other.
So Mollie was my first senior escort walk. Did not know what to expect or anything. And when I got there, it was like a wow moment, because we got out there and we walked for an hour and a half, and
Yes.
it kind of was like, whoa.
Yeah.
That was a walk. And since then, we've been to dinner.
Friends.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
been friends. We've gone to dinner several times.
And
Mollie,
lunch.
And lunch.
Yeah.
And a King's game.
And I want to teach her how to play Mahjong. So she started with the beginners group.
Yes.
And she loves it.
Yes.
And she's going to join us on Wednesday.
Let's see, favorite story about Mollie.
You make it easy. Don't do the risque thing, please.
Okay. No. What's an
Think of it.
interesting story? I don't know. Everything that we talk about is
fun.
It's fun, it's
Yeah.
interesting, and we make each other laugh.
Yes, that's the main thing. We have common interests, and we talk to each other, and we have fun. Well, we're gonna play together soon.
Yes.
One of these days, when things are cool, we're gonna go on a trip, right?
Yes. Mollie wants to go visit a place that she had stayed at down in the Sequoias, a bed and breakfast place. And so we're talking about getting a small group together to go down there and
have fun.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a good day.
I'm certified.
Good
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Danny's going to start.
Oh,
Go ahead, Danny.
wasn't that wonderful hearing from Mollie and Mary? Mollie was actually our first participant for the senior escort program here, and she is, I believe she's 94, but she is so spunky, and she's got more energy than me, I swear. And Mary's been such a wonderful volunteer, and she's newer to ACC, but she's just been involved in everything too, and I think Mollie's gotten her really involved as well. So that was such a wonderful video. But next up, I would like to introduce a few more special guests and probably some familiar faces here to ACC. So today I have Mary Ellen Burns, Chef David Suhu, and Christy Brazil. Having done many numerous food talks and cooking demos here, I'm sure you know who they are by now. But in case you haven't heard, Mary Ellen is a food author and historian, and Chef Suhu is a renowned chef who owned several restaurants over the decades. And that includes Bamboo, and could you pronounce that for me, Chef?
Shinwa East to West.
Thank you. And this year, this team is teaming up to produce a community cookbook for ACC. And so this isn't the first cookbook, but it's going to be extra special this year, I think. And so please, without further ado, we'll welcome Mary Ellen Burns, Chef David Suhu, and Christy Brazil.
Thank you, Danny. Great, thank you. I'm not the star of the show today. The stars are David Suhu and Mary Ellen Burns, but they asked me to introduce this fabulous, exciting new project that they have. They are putting together a community cookbook, the ACC Community Cookbook, the foods we share and the stories we tell. And they want to talk to you about what they're needing for that and how you can help make it be a great success. David?
Well, I just want to say for a start, I have a long history, and and ACC just celebrated its 50th anniversary. And in 1972, I remember volunteering at the Yellow House. It was great to see 50 years later that this organization has evolved. After 50 years of cooking, which basically is practicing the best of our culture, or our API culture, I'm proud to say that this book will be amazing, because as time evolves, our Asian community changes. And so today, this cookbook actually, in my mind, one of the few books that you can buy that's not expensive. And I can promise you that it reflects all of the Asian communities that make up our food. So you're going to see sushi, you're going to see baos, all these so-called secret recipes. They're not really secret because we want you to have them so you can practice the best of the API community today. So there will be Filipino chicken. There will be, of course, the Vietnamese sandwich, the healthy jukes, rice congee, the tamale, and basically the contributions of our API community for you to have fun with. Now let Mary Ellen tell you more about it.
Great. So we're also really aware that food tells a story. People tell story, and sharing food creates community. And so the cookbook is going to encompass all of that. We're encouraging people to submit not only the recipes that you might have learned from your mother or your grandmother. I learned how to cook from my father. I have to say that I was introduced to Japanese cooking from George Okino and Gladys Okino, who are friends of ours, and taught me how to make sushi, chicken teriyaki, and all that. We want to make sure that we're collecting the stories as well, and I'll share a couple of those stories later. The most important part, we still have room for recipes. David is hoping to get about 150. I'd say we have 100 or so in, so we've extended the deadline so that we can accept them up through May 15th. To do that, you just have to look at the accsv.org website, accsv.org/cookbook/. And you do need that last slash to be able to get to it, and it will tell you everything you need to know to submit.
Well, I'm hungry just listening to all the things that David was listing off. How long have you been thinking about doing this project? I mean, this is very exciting.
So I'm going to throw that to David because this cookbook was his idea. But David, do you want to elaborate?
Well, if you look at it that way, I can tell you that the reason why we're asking for more recipes is because obviously we have 3 versions of rice soup juk. We have so many repeats of a teriyaki sauce. What we're trying to do is get a snapshot of the best of today's, what the best our Asian community has to offer for everyone to try. So with that in mind, I can tell you and promise you that, of course, over the years, we have incredible pot stickers recipes. So you get the book and you have it. It took me a lifetime to get the secret, so-called secret char siu bao recipe. And of course, we also have the baked bao, which actually is very difficult because that is an evolution from the steam bao to having the recipe for the baked bao. So as time passes, we miss our Broadway bakery char siu bao, so you can open a book and keep the culture alive. I have a recipe for making pot stickers. All you have to do is just get a little scale, and I promise you it would become, it's an excellent recipe. And so if you want to call it Chinese, then it's going to be called the pot stickers. And if it's the same filling for gyoza, which their version is, of course, a different perspective on the same thing. So we don't want 5 different, pot stickers, but my job is to put together a reflection a snapshot of what we have today. Okay.
Right. And David and I like to bite off more than we can chew. So besides the cookbook, we are planning that some things like doing a bow, which David's really known for, and different things, you need some instructions. So we will have some guides to that on YouTube as well. If you want to know how to make Peking duck, you can check that now. And I think we're coming close to our time. So I do want to say that the cookbook will be out September 16th for the Ohana Walking Festival. We're going to keep it at a price that people can afford. We'll be doing more programs. One more plug, on June 7th, we're doing an event here called Why Stories Matter, and we're inviting people to come in and share their stories that they want to include in the book. Anything else?
Well, our hopes also for the long haul is that with the book, we can then have the chefs here. In other words, if you're a resident here as a senior, then you get the food that you can enjoy, reflective of the community. Okay.
Great. And just one last thing, you'll notice I brought a dish. I want to thank the students at ARC Culinary School who are providing some of the recipes for us and prepared their chicken noodle salad for today that we can taste later. So thank you.
Thank you, Christy, Chef Suhu, and Mary Ellen, for all that you're doing for ACC. And I love cookbooks, not just for the recipes, but just like you're saying, because of the stories and because it really does give you a glimpse into the culture and the times that they were created. So I'm really looking forward to this cookbook, and I'm sure a lot of folks out in our community are as well. Our next group was formed prior to the pandemic by members of the Chinese Community Church Ukulele and Hula Fellowship, who were too shy to step to the front of the stage. But now, after 3 years, making their world debut, please welcome the Little Uke Group.
And yes, we are the Little Uke Group, and we are so happy to be here today to support ACC for their Big Day of Giving event. Our first song is going to be Wonderful World, a big hit for Sam Cooke in 1960. But before we get to that, before we get to the music, on another note, I wanted to say that several years ago, my children gave me an ukulele for my birthday. And as I was searching for a place to take beginning ukulele lessons, it introduced me to the wonderful world of ACC, where it brought music back into my life and introduced me to so many new people that have become my friends. And I can walk outside my front door and talk to my next door neighbor whose husband is in an ACC care facility after suffering a stroke, and she never fails to tell me how appreciative she is of the care that he gets there every single day. And I can walk across the street and talk to my elderly neighbors, which I did last week, and she told me how grateful she is to be part of the food delivery service that ACC offers to her and her 95-year-old husband. So donations make a difference. They support our community and they make a difference to our neighbors. So we hope you'll make a contribution to ACC. And now on to the music. Here's our first song, Wonderful World.
Don't know much about history, don't know much about biology, don't know much about a science book, don't know much about the French I took, but I do know that I love you, and I know that if you love me too, what a wonderful world this would be. Don't know much about geography, don't know much And if you love me too, what a wonderful world this would be.
Okay, our next song is called Bread and Butter, and it's also one of those one-hit wonders by the New Beats. But it's a really nice, catchy song, so I'm glad they did it.
I like bread and butter. I like toast and jam. That's what my baby feeds me. I'm her loving man. He likes bread and butter. He likes toast and jam. That's what his baby feeds him. He's her loving man. Well, she don't cook mashed potatoes. She don't cook T-bone steaks. She don't feed me peanut butter. She knows that I can't take. He likes bread and butter. He likes toast and jam. That's what his baby feeds him. He's her loving man. Well, I got home early one morning, and much to my surprise, she was eating chicken and dumplings with some other guy. No more bread and butter, no more toast and jam. He found his baby eating with some other man. No more bread and butter, no more toast and jam. I found my baby eating with some other man. No, 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 no more bread and butter, no more toast and jam. I found my baby eating with some other man.
The next song we're going to do is Will You Still Love Me Tomorrow? And this was not a one-hit wonder. This was a very popular song. And popular like in ACC programs are. And I know that there are a lot of programs today that are asking for your donations to support their programs. But if you become familiar with what ACC programs, so many of the classes and the services they have to offer, I think that you will love that also. So give what you are comfortable to give. They need your support. Now, this song was by Jeri Golfin and Carole King. It was a #1 hit in the United States, but it was popular all over, and it was recorded by a lot of artists, and we're going to give our best shot at it today. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Tonight you're mine completely. You give your love so sweetly. Tonight the light of love is in your eyes. But will you love me tomorrow? Is this a lasting treasure, or just a moment's pleasure? Can I believe the magic of your sight? Will you still love me tomorrow? Tonight with words unspoken, you said that I'm the only one. But will my heart be broken
Good, you guys.
Is that right?
We're going strong. Don't film that.
So our next song is Silhouettes, another one-hit wonder from 1957. It was one of the first doo-wop songs ever recorded, so we're excited to do it for you today.
Took a walk and past your house late last night. All the shades were pulled and drawn way down tight. From within a dim light cast two silhouettes on the shade. Oh, what a lovely couple they made. Put his arms around your waist, held you tight. Kisses I could almost taste in the night. Wondered why I'm not the guy whose silhouettes on the shade. I couldn't hide the tears in my eyes. Silhouette, 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 silhouette. Silhouette, 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 silhouette. Lost control and rang your bell. I was sore. Let me in or else I'll be down your door. When two strangers who had been two silhouettes on the shade said to my shock, you're on the wrong block. Rush down to your house with wings on my feet. Love you like I never loved you, my sweet. Vowed that you and I would be two silhouettes on the shade all of our days. Two silhouettes on the shade. Silhouette, 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 silhouette. Hi-oh. Silhouette, 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 silhouette. Hi-oh. Two silhouettes on the shade.
He was sore.
Yeah. On behalf of the Little Uke Group, we'd like to thank ACC for giving us this time to play for you, and we hope that you will join us in supporting this wonderful organization. Our last song today is going to be Bye Bye Love, made popular by the Everly Brothers.
Bye bye love, bye bye happiness, hello loneliness, I think I'm gonna cry. Bye bye love, bye bye sweet
Don't forget to.
Thank you so much to the Little Uke Group. I don't know if people at home were singing along, but I know people here were all singing along and swaying to the music. It was wonderful. So far, everyone, we have raised a total of $266,268. Remember that our goal is 500,000, so we still have a ways to go, but we're going strong. Thank you so much to everyone who's already donated. We are live streaming on YouTube and Facebook, and we welcome you to enter your comments in the chat box. Tell your friends to tune in, and of course, donate, and we'll post your donation.
We've had a couple larger size donations we wanted to thank on air. So Walt and Linda Yip at $800. Jesse Lee here in person this evening at $1,000. And Janice Joe at $1,052. So thank you so much for your donations this evening. Your donations support our Rides program, our activities for residents, our caregiver programs, Senior Escort, as well as all of our online programming. Be sure, tonight you can not only donate by credit card or by check, but you can also pledge now and pay later. Our phone bank will take your call, and then you'll be able to pledge and then work out your form of payment by calling 916-503-5380. And we have a little bit of a challenge tonight. For the next person that calls into our phone bank and donates or pledges $1,000 or more, you're going to get this beautiful Nothing Bundt cake. And we'll even deliver it to you if you do the donation of $1,000 or more. So get on your phone. Call now. Get this beautiful cake. So thank you to Nothing Bundt Cake for donating it out of the Elk Grove and Natomas location. So now, over to you, Danny.
All right, thanks so much, Scott. Thanks so much, Scott. Thanks so much, Scott. Thank you so much, Scott. So next up are representing a special group, and they're no strangers to ACC. So as many of you are probably Sac State alumni, I'm sure you might have heard of the Renaissance Society. The Renaissance Society of Sacramento provides opportunities and participatory lifelong learning and community engagement for older adults. Their learning opportunities include seminars and other programs on widely varied subjects proposed and presented by their members. They're also involved with Sac State in many wonderful helping ways, and that includes learning opportunities, providing scholarships, and also volunteering for lots of different Sac State departments. I've heard they've won a couple competitions with Sac State with their donations. So we really are excited to partner with them down the road and create a wider variety of entertainment and programming for ACC in the future, so stay tuned for that. But coming up next, please welcome Deborah Seiler, the board president of the Renaissance Society, and Chrissy Brazil, and they will be joined eventually by vocalist Marcy DeBro, Barbara Mills, and Cheryl Crane.
Well, thank you, Danny. It's just such a pleasure to be here. My name is Deborah Seiler. I'm the president of the board of the Renaissance Society. This is our member, Christy Brazil. She's a past member of the board and very active in our society. So let me just start by saying, Christy, what led you to join the Renaissance Society?
Well, I was really lucky because I learned about the Renaissance Society before I retired. And I knew I wanted to get involved in something like this, and it was perfect. So the instant I was retired, I went and enrolled in the Renaissance Society because it was all about learning. I've always been a curious person. You know, when I was in school, well, I started in high school and I was in college prep, and then I was in college, and you have to go for a certain amount of classes that are specific to whatever you're studying. I never got to take classes for fun. And I really never liked tests very much. Who does?
Or term papers.
Or term papers, you're right. Or, you know, even giving a presentation in front of the class sometimes. every once in a while I like doing those, but a lot of people don't. This was a great opportunity, so I could go and I could learn some really neat things. My very first class was real rock and roll. Real rock and roll. They never offered that even my regular class. Yeah, it was being in a class full of my peers that were all bopping their heads and singing along and having a great time. I've taken such eclectic things. I mean, I also took a class called Mankind's Greatest Engineering Achievements. We learned about everything from how the pyramids were built to the Titanic to bridges. I mean, I'm not an engineer, but I really enjoy it. And a former civil engineer is the one that taught that. We're peer-driven, or peer-taught, I should say. So we have people that have all kinds of specialties that they know things about, and they come and they share those special skills and special knowledge with us, and we all exchange that. I have met some fabulous people, made some great friends, been able to give back to the community, which Deborah's going to tell you a little bit more about the specifics of that. And as an alumni of Sac State, I get to stroll around the campus feeling pretty, senior, but happy about it, and enjoying my campus that I spent time on so many years ago. So, it is a lot of fun, and it's so productive for me to keep my mind alert and get me out of my house and meet other people at the same time too. So I can't say enough about learning just for the fun of it with no tests, no term papers.
So Christy, do you do your classes on Zoom or Fridays on campus? Because we have both. We have Zoom Monday through Thursday, and we have Fridays on campus.
That's right. COVID kind of forced us to get to do that, and luckily we were able to sustain our organization through COVID by pivoting really fast and getting Zoom classes. So we all got in the habit of doing that, but now that we have them back in person as well too, I do both.
Okay.
I mean, and so many of the Zoom classes are recorded too, which is great because if I don't happen to be able to watch it live, I can go back and watch it later. And I've got this great library of information that I can refer back to. So I love them both. I love to be with the people on campus, and I just love taking the classes on Zoom too.
Okay.
What about you? Why did you get involved
Well,
in
I
Renaissance?
love being on campus on Fridays. That is the most beautiful place in Sacramento, I think. They have a glorious arboretum. I just like being there. And I really like the interaction with the students. I think that I have mentored gerontology students.
Oh, I did that too.
I have given my old body to the physical therapy department. Yeah, and they figure out how much I weigh and my blood pressure and how fast I can walk and how many times I can sit up and down in a chair and if I can touch my toes.
And they're very kind
and
about
they are
it,
so
too.
sweet about it. They are fabulous.
Yeah.
So I love volunteering with the students. We also are now starting to volunteer with the psychology students again, so that's really fun. And I enjoy the philanthropy that we do. For the second year in a row, we get very competitive, and we win the Golden Plate Award, which is for giving the most food baskets during their holiday food drive. So
Right.
Renaissance Society gets going, and we really donate to those students. We award 7 $3,000 scholarships every single year.
It always feels good too.
It feels great. It feels terrific. And you know what? We have a lot of fun. We have social events. And speaking of fun, we have some fun members of Renaissance who are also members of the Sacramento Choral Society and Orchestra. And so I would like to welcome Marcy, Barbara, and Cheryl to sing a little song for us. Thank you very much.
You're gonna like this. We heard them rehearsing.
It's on.
Wherever we go, whatever we do, we're gonna get through it together. We may not go far, but sure as a star, wherever we are is together.
Wherever I go, I know she goes. Wherever I go, I know she goes.
No fights, no foods, no feuds, and no egos. Amigos together.
with love. Together.
Thank you so much, ladies, and thank you to the Renaissance Society. Tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about a community of caring. A community of caring is really what ACC stands for. It used to stand for the Asian Community Center, but over the years, we rebranded to be more inclusive. So we're now a community of caring. ACC really invites you, no matter your age or stage in life, to be part of the ACC community, to volunteer, to participate, to teach a class, to spend time in a social gathering, or take advantage of our residential communities for yourself or for a family member. No matter what you're looking for, ACC is here to help. Jeri?
Thanks, Scott. That's right. And I also want to say that for us, a community of caring represents who we are and what we do. It might mean a rides driver helping to have a ramp installed at a client's home, or our lifelong learning and wellness staff creating new classes so people with limited mobility or people who are blind can take exercise classes, or our Chinese-speaking utilities assistant staff helping another agent's client fill out housing applications because she speaks Cantonese. At the Care Center, Greenhaven Terrace, or Maple Tree Village, it might mean learning about a resident's family and history so we can create meaningful activities for them. A community of caring is all about getting to know the people we work with and the people we serve, and having mutual respect and treating them like an extended family.
Absolutely, and now we're going to get a little glimpse of our community of caring in action.
Okay, that's it.
Encore. What's your encore?
I'll probably just play the same thing.
Okay.
That was so adorable, wasn't it? So next up, we have a special sneak peek at the Senior Escort Program commercial that will be airing on television soon, just like my shirt, as you can see. So for those of you who are not familiar with it, this program matches seniors with volunteers to help them feel safe while they're out and about in the community.
I really love this program because, it's given me a lot of independence. I've made so many friends, and I love being outside. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting at home.
Thank you so much. And special shout out to Brandon Miyazaki with Shaw Archives for putting this together for us.
This video features our actual participant and volunteer, Jessie and Julie. The video depicts many real feelings a lot of our participants have faced even before the pandemic. Seniors were battling social isolation, so especially now, it's so important to make sure people are aware of our services.
Yep, that's right. And Jessie is just one of the success stories that we have with this program. So another example is that one senior was actually hesitant to leave her home. And now after joining the program, she actually regularly participates in group activities. And then there was actually someone else who was struggling with mobility issues and walked pretty slowly, couldn't really walk without some assistance, and now she's zooming through the hallways, I swear. So she's got a lot of improved physical fitness and can walk further distances.
And I've seen her zoom through the hallways too. And it's not just seniors who benefit from this program. Our volunteers have gotten so much out of the program and have created both intergenerational and cross-cultural exchanges. Today, for the Big Day of Giving, we are hoping to raise more funds to continue and to expand this program. With more resources, we can train and support more volunteers, reach more seniors in need, and make an even bigger impact in our community.
And the Senior Escort Program is one of the many programs under Lifelong Learning and Wellness. But on top of that, we also have weekly classes, workshops, clubs, and special events. And if you participate in the activities, we would love for you to consider making a gift to pay it forward. So thank you so much. Jean, over to you.
Thank you, Danny and Jeri. So now with me, I have Don Marista and Holly Foncourage, who are the co-chairs of ACC's golf tournament, and they just had a very successful tournament, and they're going to announce the winners and tell us about how they put the tournament together. So, Don and Holly?
Thank you, Jean. Last week, we held our 16th annual golf tournament. For the last couple of years, the golf tournament has become a lead-up event to this day, the Big Day of Giving, and has a very different look. Now the emphasis is on having fun and encouraging golfers to support ACC and this Big Day of Giving. This year we sold out in 8 days, 5 weeks before the actual tournament. We had 144 golfers and 36 teams. 1/3 of the teams this year were all women, and 14 of the 36 teams won prizes. Holly will tell you more about the prizes later. The weather was perfect, and everyone who played received a souvenir shirt, which I'm wearing.
Which Don's wearing. Don is modeling the shirt today.
We all enjoyed breakfast prepared by the Teal Bend restaurant and donated by Alignment Health. And after the tournament, we had lunch back here, provided by Mark Hayashida of L&L Barbecue, and served by Lynn Kurahara and her crew. After a fun day of golf and a careful review of the scorecards, we identified the winners. In the interest of time, I'm only going to read the names of the first place teams. So in the women's division, we had 2 places. The members of the first place team were our one and only Holly Fong Korach,
Yeah.
Terry Yee, Suzanne Sabato, and Hong Lee.
Yee.
In the open division, we had 3 places. The members of the first place team were Dennis Fuji,
My brother.
Jean's brother, Wayne Kurahara, Mike Navarro, and Dave Rex. We then randomly drew the scorecards of the remaining teams and awarded prizes to 9 more teams. So my favorite winner each year is the team that shoots the high score. For every year except one, this honor has been awarded to the same team. Lorna Fong and her team represent what this tournament is all about, to have fun. So once again, I am pleased to announce that this year's high gross team goes to Lorna Fong, Wendy Kajiyama Yi, Beverly Shimizu, and Carol Kudo. Now I'd like to turn it over to Holly to talk about the games and prizes that were awarded in the tournament.
Thanks, Don. Well, as co-chair, I'm all about the prizes and having even more fun at our tournament. And what's more fun than playing games and winning prizes, all for the price of admission? First and foremost, we'd like to extend our appreciation to Teal Bend and Morton Golf for their generous donation of multiple rounds of golf for the winners of the tournament, and these donations are the hallmark of our prize bucket. We also have several mini competitions, such as closest to the pin for both men and women, and these prizes are generously donated each year by Jean Chong and Barry Lim. We had a special game of ladder golf at the par 5 hole number 10. Volunteers Lisa Kanoshta and Irene Nabeta Yi instructed golfers on how to play the game to get a chance at teeing off at the 200-yard marker. It's not that easy, and I don't think I even rang one of those darn things, and it's my game. But many golfers did, and the scramble-savvy teams used this game, plus the mulligans and gimme putts that were part of the tournament. There were 2 double eagles, which means this was a par 5, so a double eagle means they hold out in 2 strokes. And there were also 23 eagles and 9 birdies. We thought Live Golf might be out there recruiting some of our players. In addition to that, every golfer also had a chance to win $200 for a hole-in-one at holes 4, 9, and 12, which was donated by my husband John and myself. And they had an even bigger pot at hole 16 to win $1,000, thanks to Winston Ashizawa and William Yee. Alas, there was no hole-in-one, but the money is donated to ACC. But wait, there's more. We had 25 donated door prizes, all randomly drawn for just registering for the tournament. Through the generosity of our community, we had gift cards, golf swag, and an awesome food basket. Thank you all who donated gifts for our door prizes, and it makes the events even more special. One new golfer to the tournament sent us an email saying how much fun she had and how impressed she was by the generous donations to the tournament. Others wrote to express their thanks for a great tournament. We really appreciate folks taking the time to put a smile on all our faces after a very long day. Well, that's it for the fun and games, and now for a little more serious reflection of the day, my own personal thoughts. I'm trying to be short. Okay. Here we go. So if you're a part of the tournament, you may have heard committee member Eileen Park discuss her beginnings with ACC and finding a purpose after retirement. I also began volunteering more actively with ACC when I retired about 10 years ago, but ACC was part of my retirement planning. I knew I wanted to volunteer here since my relationship with ACC started around 2008 when my mom and oldest sister participated in Joaquin's Fitness for Life class 3 times a week at Greenhaven Terrace's community room. Not being one of these at the time, I thought it was really cool that they had exercise classes for seniors. At one point, my mom was the oldest person in the class at age 91 years young. They eventually moved to Greenhaven Terrace Independent Living because of the activities and friendships they made in this class. Fast forward 5 years from that point, I remember on my first day of retirement, I got a call from Greenhaven Terrace saying my mom wasn't feeling well. I rushed over and we took her to the emergency room. Unfortunately, it was the beginning of her health decline, and during the next 2 years of caregiving for her, my family and I utilized many services provided by or affiliated with ACC, such as the R program, Alzheimer's Support Group, ACC Rides, ACC Care Center, Independent Living Deluxe, and now Assisted Living for my sister. So I do find personal purpose in volunteering and supporting ACC and other organizations that do so much for the community as a whole. In addition to co-chairing the golf tournament, I currently serve on the Greenhaven Terrace Maple Tree Village subcommittee, and pre-pandemic helped teach senior swimming lessons with the general, yes, Ms. High Gross, Lorna Fong. I've been in Joaquin's water aerobic classes, and he is still teaching also, and played pickleball with some really die-hard players. Don's got the brace on his knee now to prove it.
Don's out there.
New friendships definitely still abound at ACC. As you know, COVID hit everyone hard, and ACC was no exception. Some of the challenges were mind-boggling to me, yet with the heart and dedication of so many staff and volunteers, they persevered and now have big plans for growth. The Sacramento community is truly blessed to have this organization in our little neck of the woods. I want ACC to be here stronger than ever when I'm in need of their services, and I already know I will be in good hands at Memory Care. So please keep the incredible vision of our founders alive and donate generously to ACC's during the big day of giving so they can be around for another 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. In closing, I first want to thank our hardworking committee, Barry Lim, Stephen Kashiwada, Jean Chong, Russ Tanaka, Russ Fuji, Lynn and Wayne Kurahara, Ted Fong, and Eileen and Steve Park. I also want to call on all golfers, not just those of you who played in our tournament last week, to support ACC and donate to the Big Day of Giving today. And remember, if you want to play in our tournament next year, sign up early.
Thank you, Don and Holly. Thank you for those heartwarming remarks about how AC has taken care of your family, Holly. And Don, you shared stories of last year of how they took care of your family. So this is what ACC is all about. But really a big thank you to both Don and Holly for chairing the golf tournament and the committee for doing such great work. I know everybody had a great time. The food was great, and it was really a lot of fun. So thank you so much, and we'll see you back next year, right? Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I just appointed them co-chairs again for next year. Can't say no on air, so we'll ink that right now. Okay, so now over to Jeri.
Thanks, Jean. And congratulations again on a wonderful golf event. And we'll see you guys next year. And now we welcome Ho'opili with Carla Fontanilla to the telethon. Carla Fontanilla is a local musician and the leader of several local bands, including Ho'opili. Let's hear the Ho'opili band with Carla Fontanilla.
Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Singing, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds perched on my doorstep, singing sweet songs, melodies pure and true, saying, this is my message to you. Lana kamanao, no kako, uapoi mai kai, kako apau, kanalua ole, no kako. Uapoi mai kai, kako apau, e ho ala, e ala e ke kala, e kulumanu, maki ala pi
amele mai Imala le no e pili ai E ala e kala E kulumanu Maki ala pi'i Pi'i kani lea O lele amele mai Imala le no o e pili ai Cause every little thing gonna be alright. Don't worry, Kanalua ole, about a thing, no kako. Cause every little thing's gonna be alright. Uapoi mai kai kako pau. Uapoi mai kai kako pau. Every little thing's gonna be alright.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having us, ACC. It's really an honor to be here. We are Ho'opili. Here's Greg Kablayan to my right, Alan Soliman to my left, and of course we have our bass player, Anthony Horton, and I'm Carla Fontanilla. We've done this three times, I think. Yeah. And it's always been a tremendous pleasure and really an honor to assist ACC in its big day of giving. It's such a wonderful, wonderful thing that happens here, I would say, just about every day. You know, if ACC could schedule something every day, they would, and it couldn't be done without your help. So we are pleased to be here and hope we can encourage everyone to enjoy this day. The next 2 days, really, the big day of giving spans 2 days, and all the help that you can provide, we are all very grateful for, and we'll keep coming back and providing all the entertainment that you want. Okay, we're going to go on to our next song, which is Come On Home. This is by the band Kapala, and it's all about folks who leave Hawaii, and then after a time, they desire to go back home. So, but it's not done in a sad way. You know, there's 3 of us who are from Hawaii. None of us has packed it up and gone back home, but we certainly can understand the sentiments about going home and at least visiting family and friends. So this is Come On Home.
Ho, ho. Got a call for a job with the payday I couldn't refuse. Put my family in a suitcase, had nothing to lose. Couldn't stop for a second to see what we're leaving behind. Oh, sometimes when you're chasing your dream, you go running blind. But it's not the same when your boss can't pronounce my name and the voice music we can sing together. White sandy beaches and the fresh Mario Lake. Well, it's been 10 years since you went away, so come on home. Everybody now. Sing na na na. 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 Now my best friend Stan said that Mrs. round the old neighborhood. He made me wonder if all I had was all that good. We decided it was time to head on back. Oh, sometimes you go full circle just to get on track. So give me peace of mind. Kick my shoes off and unwind. And listen to that voice telling me, singing, come on home to the food, to the balmy weather. Hawaiian music we can sing together. White sandy beaches and the fresh Mario Lake. Oh, it's been 10 years since you went away, so come on home. Say na na na. 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 Come on home to the food, to the balmy weather. Hawaiian music we can sing together. White sandy beaches and a fresh Mario Lake. We have a good time on a sunny day. Wouldn't have it any other way. Well, you know that I hate to stay. I'm coming home. Na na na, 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 na na na.
All right. Our next one is by, well, it was made or repopularized by Is. Thank you. Standing right next to you. All right. Okay. All right.
A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Come with me, my love, to the sea.
that's the day I knew you were my pet. 'Cause I want to tell you just how much I love you. Yes, I do. Oh, come with me to the sea of love. Do you remember when we met? That's the day I knew you were my pet. 'Cause I want to tell you just how much I love you. Yes, I do. Do you remember when we met? That's the day I knew you were my pet. 'Cause I want to tell you just how much I love you. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, come with me to the sea of love. Do you remember when we met? That's the day I knew you were my pet. I want to tell you just how much I love you. Oh, I want to tell you just how much I love you. Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here with us, and thank you so much for your support of ACC's Big Day of Giving and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Hoa Pili and Carla Fontanilla, for the wonderful music. So now we're here to talk about the activities at ACC. So I'm here with Danny Lee. She's the manager of the Lifelong Learning and Wellness Program.
Yes, I am.
And we have a lot of things in front of us, Danny. You want to talk a little about what's going on at ACC?
I do. And first of all, I have to say that Carla is one of our instructors here at ACC. So she does online ukulele classes. So she does a beginner, beyond beginner, and a lot of different options for ukulele classes. So make sure to check us out online. And so, like you said, a lifelong learning and wellness program. What does that mean exactly, right? So we were trying to kind of show a little summary of what that means. And so that means we have classes, clubs, educational activities, all types of different things here. So that lends to lifelong learning and wellness. And so that includes bingo on Fridays, Mahjong Club. Oh, wait. That looks like Mahjong right behind me.
We have some ladies behind us.
Yes. When did you guys get here? We also have pickleball 4 times a week, Tai Chi every single day and several days a week, ping pong club, yoga classes, exercise classes, and lots of different programs that also lend itself to being social. So, during the pandemic, we really shut down and went online only. And so in many ways, that was great. A lot of people have been able to visit us from different countries even, but we were really happy to open up in-person activities again. Now we even have a social hour on Thursdays, and that's at 10 o'clock. And so it's so important for everybody, but especially seniors who are facing isolation even before the pandemic, to come together and getting to experience and benefit from all of these different clubs, classes, experiences.
So one of the things is that we have bingo on Fridays at 3 o'clock.
Yes, every Friday.
They get here early. It's standing room only almost. It's so, like we have put out more tables now.
I know, we're running out of space here, but people show up early because they want to get their spot.
That's true. That's true. And all the prizes are donated by a lot of us, and it's just some really cute prizes and things. And so then there's like a little bit of competition. If you win multiple times, they toss it forward to somebody else to pick a gift. So it's really fun. And then ping pong is on I think Thursdays.
Thursdays and Fridays.
But you have to be careful because when you're walking down the hall, I see these orange ping pong rolling down the hall. Well, the first time I didn't know what that was. I'm like, what is that? I walked down. I went, oh, they just. And then the guys come out and they have these little nets to scoop up the ping pongs so they don't have to bend over. I mean, it's really cute to watch, but they have a good time. But
they do. You always know when they're here, huh?
Well, yeah. But if you see these orange ping pongs down the hall, you know the ping pong players are in town.
That's right, exactly. And so it's really fun. You see a lot of different things happening here. You hear the clacking of the mahjong tiles. You hear the slapping of the ping pong or pickleballs. Yeah, everything.
There's a lot of activities going on here. So join, sign up. You can look at our classes online. We have plenty of spaces. They're all free, but if you want to donate tonight and support our program, please donate and make a nice gift to ACC. So check us out, but I'm going to turn it over now to Scott for the next segment.
Thank you so much, Jean. Speaking of the bingo on Fridays, ACC is one of the few places where people of different ages and walks of life can meet and form a friendship. We have an example with Jorge, Shomar, and Mary Tom, an unlikely pair who have become friends through Friday's bingo at ACC. Both Jorge and Mary host bingo on Fridays. So let's watch these two friends and their story.
Well, what I know about Mary is that she was born in Oak Park. Her father owned a Chinese restaurant where she worked there. She was challenged to sit on a high chair once and won $5 out of it. She loves to sew. She has 4 children. And she's a very kind and happy person whom I've come to really love and care for.
I like him. When I first met him, he was very nice and kind and laughing, and we got along really well. And I always compliment him on his hair, and I love to touch it, especially when he didn't wash it.
I wash it every day.
I know he does, but it's always so nice and neat. And I'm going, I wish I had that hair, but my hair was always straight, even when I was a child.
Yeah, I would have loved to have straight hair.
Because I always wanted curly hair. I got a perm, and my dad would go, shh.
The first time, although you guys may not be able to, I was a bit nervous too because it was one of my first times hosting. But when Mary and I got up there and we started calling numbers, it was like dynamic. We were just hitting it off. We were connecting. We were funny. We were making people laugh, and which is, I think, it's key to be good entertainers.
Right.
So we connected right away. We got
along really well.
Yes.
We were laughing a lot.
We were laughing a lot. Just the numbers.
The
way we would call the numbers, how some numbers related to a joke. It was.
Yeah, we did joke a lot.
And getting to know each other up there, because I think we were both a little bit nervous, is what made us like connect more, because we both had to overcome this little bit of fear. At least I had a little bit of fear, but we did really good. Larry, she stole Larry, by the way. She took Larry away. She saw him dancing, and she approached him and tapped him and said, "You're mine, and we're gonna dance together." From another girl, yes. He was dancing with another girl, and she was brave enough to approach him and say, "We're gonna dance together," and they've been together ever since. Yes.
But he grew up in Mexico.
Yes, I was born in Mexico.
Yes, and his wife, and he was 16.
I was 16 when I had my first child.
And he had his first child. And I think if I was 16, my dad would have killed me.
Yes, my parents were on the verge of killing me as well. Well, I could see the love and how much they care for each other. I recall a time Mary wasn't feeling well, and I could just see how Larry was very worried. And I missed you that day so much. I was worried myself, and I wondered, like, I want to play with her again. Like, we got to do this again, so I look forward to that. And
Thank you.
That connection I see between you and Larry is what I look forward to have with my wife as well when I see that commitment and love. So
Thank you.
It's always.
I made the right choice.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
If I married the first guy, I would have been divorced.
It happens.
Bingo!
me again. I am here with several special duos that you might recognize from some of our ACC newsletters. There are 4 mother-daughter duos who come to play Mahjong twice a week, and they would probably come more often if we would let them. We have lead volunteers of the Mahjong Club, Linda Fong and Joe Fong, who are not here. They didn't want to be interviewed, but there's one right there hiding. We also have Helen Louie, whose mother is Judy Poon, Gail Tom, whose mother is Ruby Tom, Laura Chan, whose mother is Lena Fong, and unfortunately today we're missing Junko and her mother Teruko. And so it seems that these ladies have such a love for Mahjong that we couldn't even keep them away for this segment of the telethon. As you can see, they are playing behind us and they're not even listening. Look at them. But you know, it's just really special. I don't know that many groups have 4 duos of mom and daughters here, especially not at ACC. But I just wanted to show this really adorable picture here up for the camera. Can you see that there? Oh, it's the 4 mothers here playing and laughing. It says, "These sweet ladies look gentle and sweet, but they all have killer instinct." And if you can't tell there, everybody is in their 90s, and Teruko had turned 100 this year too. I know. But so I did just want to interview the daughters here, and so I'm just kind of going to go around. You guys can answer however you would like. But does someone want to tell us when you first came to ACC? Like how many years ago?
Can I tell you why I brought my mom?
You absolutely can.
Okay, so I'm Laura Chan, and my mom is Lena. She's wearing the gray sweatshirt. I brought her because most of the ladies in her neighborhood had passed away or were in nursing homes, and she was starting to feel very, very lonely and isolated. And she kept saying that she wished she could find people who could speak Chinese with her. You know, the daughters and the sons of her all speak broken Chinese, and so that doesn't carry a conversation very far. And so I brought her to ACC so she can meet more friends. And she has now bonded with a special group of ladies her age who speak Chinese and are just as able to play Mahjong as she. Yes. And so what's happened is the daughters have become good friends, and so we look forward to coming every Wednesday and Friday.
That's wonderful. You really rarely miss it, right? I see you guys every week, at least once a week, right? And did you guys, anyone else want to speak on that, why you brought your mothers here in the first place?
I'm Helen Louie. My mom is Judy Poon in the purple. And my mom came here to live with me a year and a half ago after my dad passed away. And I was trying to get her active because she's from San Francisco. And so it was hard for her to have, you know, she didn't have any friends here. And it was the best thing for us to have learned about ACC. And it was the same time when the Mahjong Club started back up again last August. And since then, she looks forward to coming every Wednesday and Friday. She is up, ready, dressed, and waiting for me to take her here. So ACC has been a blessing to both her and I, and we're very grateful for this organization.
Oh, thank you. Gail, did you want to speak on it too?
Sure. I'm Gail Tom, and I sometimes go by Gail Tong too. So okay, and that's my mom in the purple, Ruby Tom. First of all, I have to give a shout out to Joe Fong and Linda Fong.
Yes.
If it wasn't for them, there would be no Mahjong Club at ACC. It's their dedication. I remember when during COVID, Linda would have all the Mahjong tables in her van, and we would go to the park and pull out everything to play every single week. I mean, that's dedication.
And she would walk a long ways, I heard,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
With those tables.
Right.
They're not
So
light.
they are to be lauded for all their efforts, and of course the umbrella of the ACC for doing this. But my mom loves this. She gets up by herself. She doesn't sleep in on on Wednesdays and Fridays. She's up and ready, just like Mrs. Poon is too, that she's up and ready. So it gives everybody that they see a sense of fellowship, camaraderie. And I have to say that no matter who you are, if you come to play Mahjong, no matter your skill level or lack thereof, you're very welcomed. Everybody's very kind, accommodating. If you're slower than molasses, they just talk around you. There's lots to talk about. So yeah, I'm very happy that we have this activity for these people. It gets them out of the house. They look forward to it. It structures their week. And I can't tell you how grateful we all are and appreciative that they, at the age of 9, my mom just turned 99, have such a, some friends, new friends at 99. It's remarkable.
Yes. That's wonderful. Thank you, guys. And I also wanted to ask maybe if any of you have seen a difference in your mother's quality of life since you came back to playing after the pandemic.
Well, I can say I have, because she was really, I wouldn't say depressed, but she was close to depression. And now she is so happy. I hear her sharing her life story with her friends, and she's actually laughing out loud. So she is extremely happy.
That's so nice.
My mom is very happy. She stayed with my dad for like 10 years, and so she didn't really have a social life. And coming here and meeting new friends, and I've met new friends, we've become a kind of an extension of our family. Yes. And ACC has been a place where she feels safe and an environment where people are very nice and very caring. Mm-hmm. So we're very happy.
And I've heard that about a lot of people when they lose their spouses, that they lose their sense of community because that's all their life has been, right? So yeah, I think we like to call ACC like another family member, an extension of your family. And so it is a new community. And I think for a lot of people, it can be difficult to change communities sometimes, but it's so necessary at this stage in life. You don't think you're going to be doing that and making new friends, like you said, at that age, right? And Gil?
Yeah, I'd like to say that personally, I kind of stand in awe. Now that I've learned, I have really broken not so good Chinese, but I can pick up enough from what these ladies who are in their 100, well, except for the 100-year-old, she speaks Japanese and I speak zilch Japanese, but the people who speak Chinese, I have to say I stand in awe for what they have accomplished. I mean, I won't name names, but one of the mothers worked I don't know how many jobs to put all of her children, all by herself through college, and they're all successful and wonderful and beautiful people. And I know I've heard a little bit of the hardships that somebody else's mother went through during the war, and just to live through all that and, you know, firsthand to understand it and hear it, and then they smile, and it's very remarkable. And if I hadn't been here, I would have never learned this. Sometimes they tell you the story twice, but it's still good.
That's okay. That's worth it still, right? Thank you, ladies. And you know, the last thing I wanted to ask is, what is your favorite part about meeting for Mahjong every week? Do you have a favorite thing that you look forward to?
Actually, I look forward to the food. Yeah.
Oh, they snack. They know how to have snacks.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
I walk by, they have bao, they got cookies, everyone's baking something, and that's kind of that community feeling, right? Everyone kind of brings something each week, and it's so fun. Yeah, so that's something good to look forward to. Anyone else?
What's the food?
Well, other than the food, I have found women who like to watch K-dramas like I do.
Me too.
And we discuss different shows and different plots. So that's been fun for me. But, you know, I've made a lot of new friends here. So it's not only for my mother, but this organization is good for all of us.
Right. And I just wanted to thank you ladies here too, because they've also volunteered for a lot of things. And just recently we had a Learn Mahjong Day, and they helped people around and teaching them. And so everyone, like they said, it's so welcoming. So come on down. We're here every Wednesday and Friday, unless something really, really bad happens. But otherwise we're here, rain or shine, right? at 9:30. So thank you ladies again. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, Scott, over to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Wasn't that a great segment on the Mahjong Daughters? I can tell you personally, my office is directly across the hallway from where they play Mahjong. They have a lot of fun, and great food. They share it sometimes. So thank you so much. So far, 6:15 check-in, we are at $274,420. So thank you, everybody, for your generous pledges and donations tonight. A reminder that we are live streaming on YouTube and Facebook. We welcome you to enter your comments into the chat box, tell your friends to tune in, and of course, donate and post your donations so that way your friends and family know who you're supporting tonight. We also want to call out a few other donations that have been made this evening. William and Judy Yee at $1,000. Thank you very much. Titus and Donna Toyama at $2,500. Thank you. And John and Holly Korich at $2,900. Thank you so much for your generosity. And now we're going to turn it over to Jeri with our next segment.
Thanks, Scott. Now we're very honored to have Patty Wood and the ACC Music Makers performing. Patty grew up in Bow Legs, Oklahoma. Is that right, Patty? Population 405. Did I get that right?
Is it on? Okay, it's on. I just checking the mic. Yes.
Okay, that's important.
Yes,
we got to have a mic on you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I used to say that so small that the city limit signs were nailed back to back. Anyway.
Well, but what I heard is that because of your husband's job in the military, you've actually traveled around the world.
Absolutely.
And today you're going to be playing for us, right? We have a beautiful concert. You've been singing all your life, but until you came to ACC, I heard you never really sang solo before?
Never. Ted just works his magic. He gets people to do things they would never ever think about doing in their wildest dreams.
I can attest to that.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, and last year you put on a concert for us at ACC, didn't you? I remember that. It was beautiful.
Yes. Thank you.
And today you're going to be joined by our very own Ted Fong on piano, William Yee on drums, and Matt Fong on bass. No.
He had to take other duties as assigned.
I see. We'll have to do without Matt this time, but maybe next time. Well, everybody, please welcome Miss Patty Wood.
Thank you so much. 5'2", eyes of blue. Oh, what you can do. Has anybody seen my gal? With turned up nose, turn down hose. Never had another beau. Has anybody seen my gal? Now if you ever see that 5'2", all covered in furs with diamond rings and all those things, you bet your life it isn't her. Could she love? Could she woo? Could she coo? Has anybody seen my gal? Now if you're going to the 5'2", all covered in fur with diamond rings and all those things, you bet your life it isn't her. But could she love? Could she woo? Could she coo? Has anybody seen my? Anybody seen my? Anybody seen my gal? Thank you, everybody. So the songs I'm doing are old, and if you know the words, sing along with me, especially those of you who are watching at home. I want to hear you loud and clear. can see clearly now, the rain has gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Yes, I can make it now. The pain is gone. All of the bad feelings have disappeared. Here is the rainbow I've been praying for. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Look all around, there's nothing but blue skies. Look all around, there's nothing but blue skies. I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Thank you, everyone. I hope you take a line from that and see clearly to make your donation to ACC. It's really a wonderful organization. And you've heard about a lot of the various programs, but I would like to highlight one especially for the caregivers support group, and especially to highlight a program they recently had for caregivers themselves to take care of themselves. I was a caregiver for my husband when he was ill, and so I can understand how important it is to learn how to handle the stress and to get the tools to know how to make the tough decisions. This next song was, my husband loved country western music, and this was one of his favorites. And I hope you like it too. Crazy, crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy, crazy for feeling so blue. I knew you'd love me as long as you wanted, and someday you'd leave me for somebody new. Worry, why do I let myself worry? Wondering, what in the world did I do? Oh, crazy for thinking that my love could hold you. I'm crazy for somebody new. Worry, why do I let myself worry? Wondering what in the world did I do? Ooh, oh, crazy for thinking that my love could hold you. I'm crazy for trying, crazy for crying, and I'm crazy for loving you.
So first, we're going to start with a short video of May and her accomplishments at the Care Center.
Hardest part of this job is being exposed to the virus that you don't know where you're exposed to. That's the very hardest.
Yeah. So we make sure that everybody or everything must be sanitized so that the facility is COVID-free for the employee, residents, and the family.
Especially the residents. We clean and wipe surfaces for maybe 3 times a day. Yeah. Yeah, every time.
It's really very important because they are the one who is, I call them the virus buster.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us, May Hallbeck, employee at our Care Center. First of all, I want to start by thanking you. As we saw in the video, you were part of the virus busters at the Care Center at the start of the pandemic. There is such a multitude of things that you probably went through during the pandemic that I couldn't even imagine. But since the pandemic hit, you really have transformed your role and your career path with the Care Center. Can you tell me a little bit more about your continuing education and the accomplishments you've had over the last 3 years?
Oh, well, when I started working in the ACC Care Center, it's a lot of challenge because I started during the pandemic, but I tackled in. I got it good, but while I'm working in ACC, I see the chance that I can grow, and my coworkers was so supportive in many ways, and my boss, Mark Williams, kind of like, you want to go CNA, go for it. And the team are here to support you, and they even have the advanced furthering education that they can even reimburse you with full reimbursement with the tuition fee. So I take that chances. And they give me the full reimbursement after I took my CNA.
That's amazing. So that allowed you to move from becoming a housekeeping lead to getting your CNA and now working on the floor with patients, with residents of the Care Center. And what do you enjoy most about working with residents?
I enjoy giving me a smile, giving me how happy they are. And when chatting with them, they really like they're always thankful for everything I do, and my family in Philippines and my husband, including my 2 kids, are very proud of me that I'm helping a lot of people and give them a big smile and hug.
That's amazing. And talking about your family, how did your family support you through that time? Because it couldn't have been easy, working full time, going to school, getting your advanced degree. How did they support you during all of that?
Oh, it's a big challenge to them because it means a lot of weekends, maintaining a full-time job. And in the weekend, I go to my CNA classes and training. It means a lot of being away from them, but they give me always a full support.
Just like today, they're here to support you today on stage. How are you guys? Good.
And yes, and this is Prince. He always give me a note from the school that one time I was so touched and I was crying. And then he gave me this note that if you can dream it, if you can believe it, and if you work hard for it, anything is possible. And yes, everything is possible.
That is so true. Everything is possible. And congratulations again on moving up and getting your CNA. I know in knowing you for as long as I have gotten to know you and writing the article and interviewing you, we've been able to learn that these little things don't stop you. You're not afraid of roadblocks.
No, I'm not.
You're
I'm
not
not
afraid of
stopping.
challenges. So what can you foresee in your future with your career? What's your next step?
Oh, my next step is I'm enrolling myself to take LBN by next year. And my husband and at work, they always pushing me to take the LBN because they see it, how kind I am. That's what they said. And how happy I am. I'm so helpful. That's what they said. That you can do it. Take the LBN.
Yeah.
So I'm taking it by next year.
Oh, fantastic. And if you aren't familiar with LVN, the term LVN, that's Licensed Vocational Nurse. So out there, that's your next step, is becoming a nurse and working as an LVN at the care center, I imagine.
Yes, and the ACC is close to my house. I'm close to my family, and I have friendly people around me.
Oh, fantastic. Well, congratulations again, May, and thank you for being a part of the ACC family. Your drive is really, truly amazing and an inspiration to all of us. I will always remember the quote that your son gave you, that anything is possible if you work hard for it. And we cannot wait to root you on as you go for your LVN. We're very proud of the Care Center and all of the staff that makes the Care Center work day to day. The Care Center, along with all of our other residential communities, Greenhaven Terrace and Maple Tree Village, are amazing teamwork. It's amazing environments that help to support our residents every day. And if you've loved one or had a loved one at one of our communities, please consider giving a gift to ACC and helping it to pay it forward. So next, we're going to move on to a PSA from Gloria Imagire. Gloria is a past board chair and longtime supporter of ACC.
Hi, my name is Gloria Imagire, and I'm proud to be a longtime volunteer at ACC Senior Services. I was 37 when I first started, so it's been a wonderful journey that's involved the greater part of my life. From the beginning, we volunteers truly felt we could make a difference in our community. It's been a privilege to be a part of ACC's 50 years of service to Sacramento, helping our seniors enjoy active and purposeful lives. ACC prides itself on being a community of caring, and it is one of only a few local nonprofit organizations that provide much needed care along with social and supportive services to our seniors. To continue providing these services, though, we do need your support. In the best traditions of ACC, I hope you'll open up your pocketbooks and give generously on the big day of giving. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. We've had an amazing telecast tonight, And for our next segment, Jeri's going to kind of join me, and we're going to explain a little bit about all that ACC has to offer.
It's on.
Perfect. Well, welcome, Jeri.
Thank you, Scott. So, what are all these things?
Well, all of these things that I've got on the table in front of me, they all kind of explain or show something that we may not day to day think about being influences on our overall health. So they're things that play a role, but we really don't think about them as we would traditional healthcare or doctors and physicians.
Okay, I think I kind of get what you're saying. So, for example, housing, right? That's obviously really important to people's health. If you don't have housing, then that just means, so many things. You don't have protection from the weather. You're always stressed, trying to find a place to be. And then, of course, that often means that you have there's some kind of impact often on your physical health, but also your mental health.
You got it. It has so much to do with our societal health, as well as it's affordable and reliable housing too. That's a big thing for our older adults out in the world.
And at ACC, I guess you would say we have a part of that world in the sense that we have these senior living communities that do provide that kind of reassuring living situation for many of our seniors.
You got it. It's a nurturing environment, both for independent living, assisted living, for skilled nursing. All of our communities offer that supportive housing that really helps to positively impact our residents' health.
Yeah, that makes sense. And what about the rice?
The rice, of course. So you have to have access to nutrition and reliable nutrition. So this really is about food insecurity. So many of our older adults and so much of our nation deals with food insecurity every day. So being able to have access to nutritional food is really, really important.
And of course at ACC, our sister organization Meals on Wheels really plays a critical role in providing regular food, regular meals to seniors. And then even here at the community center at ACC, we have all these educational classes, right, that help people just learn about nutrition and help them know how to eat healthy diets and how to cook, and just how to every day utilize what's available to them to make healthy meals.
Exactly. I think that is such a vital, important part to our health, is just the nutrition and the access to food.
I gotcha. Okay. And books, I'm thinking that must be something to do with education, maybe? Speaking of our classes, right?
You got it. It has to do with education and wellness, continued learning, especially in our older age, continuing that exploration through learning.
Yeah, I think that really does have a big impact on people's health, getting new knowledge, and just being engaged, right? That really helps with our mental health as well.
As we hear from our participants all the time, it keeps them active, coming here and learning about new things, challenging their way of thinking.
Yeah. And then this piggy bank is quite cute. And I noticed, it's got the dollar signs on here, and I'm thinking, so income, right? Mm-hmm. But not just income, not just money, but really this represents stability and being able to have a sustainable lifestyle.
Exactly. I mean, that we see that so much, where in retirement, we saved, but we may not have saved enough. So being able to have that stable income, being able to have that stability, as you say, with the finances being behind there. Finances play a big part into our health. They can add stress. They can add lack of access to many of these other items just because of finances.
Right. And at ACC, we have a senior employment program. And many seniors choose to, but many also have to go back to work. They have to re-enter the workforce because they don't have that regular income, or they don't have an income level that's high enough to really give them that stability. So I think a lot of time our people don't really understand why we might have an employment program at ACC, but that, if you think about it, employment really plays a critical role in people's health. It gives them, like you're saying, the stability, but again, also purpose and a connection to the community.
Absolutely. The connection part is a big one of that as well.
Yeah, and speaking of connection, I noticed we have a ACC News here. What's this about?
That's our social connection. So as many of you know that receive our ACC News out there, it keeps you in touch with everything that's happening here at ACC. So really, this little publication here is something that is like the Bible of ACC. It allows you to know everything that you can participate in here in the community.
And I think that's one thing that we've really learned is that a lot of our classes, activities, a lot of the things we do here has the benefit of just giving people the opportunity to be socially engaged, to make new friends, to be able to have a connection. And I think, you know, many studies have shown that that's so important to people's health.
Yes, it is. It's amazing. And I think here at ACC, the community as a whole does an amazing job at engaging people, bringing them out. I mean, the Mahjong Daughters put it perfectly, bringing them out. They were on the verge of depression, bringing them out, getting them into a social environment. That's exhibit A of how this helps with social wellness.
And speaking of getting out, I noticed there are keys here. And this looks like a car key, right? So that tells me, that brings to mind transportation. And our Rides Transportation program is all about getting people out of the house, helping them to be able to go to their doctor's appointments, being able to, you know, do an important errand, or be able to be socially active and see other people.
You got it.
Yeah.
It kind of ties all of these together in the way that you need transportation to get to a job for finances. You need transportation to get out of the house, to come to the social environments. You need transportation to get access to food. Well, with ACC Rides, it helps to provide or cover that gray area where somebody may fall out of access to many of the things just because they don't have reliable transportation.
Yeah. So again, I guess what I'm getting from all of this is really there are a lot of things, you know, a lot of times people think about how to be healthy or how, you know, healthcare, and it's all often about going to see a doctor, about medicine. But there's so many other things that are so important to our health that are not about medicine or medical, right? It's all of the things that we just talked about. And here at ACC, that's really what we focus on.
Right. We focus on the well-rounded person, being able to have access to these things, being able to have resources if you fall short in any of these areas. ACC is really here to help the community, and these are things that we do well here at ACC, is provide these resources to you. And one of the things down the pipeline, as ACC is always forward-thinking, is working on the concept of ACC Wellness Park, which will embody just about every one of these aspects.
I think you're right. And I think we have a segment coming up in a little while about the ACC Wellness Park. So stay tuned, everybody, because there'll be more on that in a few minutes. But now we have some other business, I think. We have Danny, who's going to be introducing our next act.
Thanks so much, Jeri. Yep, we're still here. Are you still with us? We're here till 8 o'clock tonight, so stick with us. And remember, you guys can come in person to donate. You can donate online. You can call us. Our wonderful volunteers are still taking calls right over here, so make sure to stay tuned and come on by and say hi. So next up, I have the pleasure of introducing the ACC Folk Guitar Club. So earlier I told you we have lots of different classes and clubs, and I couldn't believe when I first started here how many different music groups just in itself there are, clubs especially. And so that just really shows you all the love that there is for music out there and in our community. So this popular music group began in 2012 when ukulele performers from ACC's ukulele groups wanted to learn guitar and to jam with beginning guitar players from throughout the community. It would turn out to be an effective and fun way to advance their guitar and singing skills. So many now are intermediate and advanced guitar players, and like all of ACC's music groups, they play and enjoy a wide variety of music. And this club, as well as a lot of our other clubs, entertain the residents at ACC's Care Center, Maple Tree Village, and Greenhaven Terrace. And so we're really lucky to have them as volunteer performers. They do a lot for the community, as do our other groups. So here they are, ACC's Folk Guitar Club.
Thank you, ACC, for including the Folk Guitar Club for the Big Day of Giving 2023. We are a group of musically inclined volunteers, part of the ACC music programs here at the association. We share in common our love for our guitars and a diverse array of tunes ranging anywhere from folk to rock to pop to Hawaiian to even some standard jazz. So that's how diverse we are. We're beginners to intermediate to advanced players, and I'm joined with our members here, but let's see, we have a couple that are not here, but I'd like to point out we have a couple of our original members who started the club in 2009. That's Robbie Yee and Glenn Watanabe. So we perform quarterly each year at the ACC facilities for the seniors and special events like the Big Day of Giving. Performing for the residents brings joy to them and joy to us. So it's kind of a win-win situation when we see a resident pull out their tambourine or their harmonica or sits up in the front row and jives with us as we play our music. So it's a wonderful feeling, and it's all part of programming. And so that's why giving is a real vital part of this day. So we hope that you will do that and join us. Because Big Day is caring, it's remembering, it's bringing us together and paying it forward. One of our club members, who was actually our leader, recently passed away. His name was John Kwasniak. We miss him dearly. It was a very big surprise. It was sudden. And so we want to take a moment to recognize him with a couple of our top songs as we play a set for you on this big day. He was our leader, and he was our songster, he was our guitarist, and he was our slide guitarist. He was our teacher. He was quite the man. All right, so we'd like to share with you one of his favorite songs where he would do some voiceover. It is a song written by the Platters, for the Platters. It is Only You.
Make this world seem right. Only you can make the darkness bright. Only you and you alone can thrill me like you do, and fill my heart with love for only you. Only you.
Dear John, you are missed. Your love for Allison is oh so true. You found us, the FGC group, and you led us. Your knowledge of music, your slide guitar, voodoo clothing comments, computers and cartoons, very old soul. You can't be replaced, for you were our one and only you.
Thank you. That was Art McGoy on voiceover and Robert Lizarraga on solo. All right. So our John, he understood, again, a lot of genres, and with his slide guitar, he always brought Hawaiian to our tunes. We missed that. So here's a song that we'd like to do for you that is very tender and sweet. I think when you hear it, it can turn any uptown person into a Hawaiian Island person. The meaning of the song is the white mist of living amongst us. The name of the song is Wahine Ilikea. Take it away. Was Art Magaway leading us? Yes, All right. So last year, the ACC went to the nursing facility and did a car show. We had a lot of fun with it, and John insisted we play this quirky song we thought at first, but we began to realize that the song brought a lot of joy and had a lot of meaning about embracing the moment and living your life to the fullest. So we'd like to welcome you to enjoy yourself, and please give the share. All right, take it away, Tim.
Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by as quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think. You work and work for years and years, you're always on the go. You never take a minute off, too busy making dough. Someday you'll say you'll have your fun when you're a millionaire. Imagine all the fun you'll have in your old rocking chair. Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by as quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think.
You're gonna take that ocean trip no matter come what may. You've got your reservations made, but you just can't get away. Next year for sure you'll see the world, you'll really get around. But how far can you travel when you're 6 feet underground?
Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by as quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think.
You worry when the weather's cold, you worry when it's hot. You worry when you're doing well, you worry when you're not. It's worry, worry all the time, you don't know how to laugh. They think there's something funny, then they write your epitaph.
Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by as quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think.
You never go to nightclubs and you don't like to dance. You don't have time for silly things like moonlight and romance. You only think of dollar bills tightly in a stack. But when you kiss a dollar bill, it doesn't kiss you back.
Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink. The years go by as quickly as a wink. Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think. Enjoy yourself, it's later than you think.
Welcome back. Our guest is Moni Van Camp Kondos, and she is no stranger to ACC. Back in 2020, Moni and her late husband, the world-renowned California landscape artist Gregory Kondos, gave a monumental gift to ACC's Maple Tree Village. Upon opening, over with just a phone call asking Moni if she, while we chose art for the new community. Little did I know as we handpicked each piece of art and its location in the community, strategically placed. So donning hard hats and walking over exposed concrete, Moni had a vision that helped bring life to the walls of Maple Tree Village. All in all, we worked on curating a collection that residents could enjoy visually as they walked through the community. Well, thank you, Moni, for joining us tonight.
Well, Scott, I have known longer than, because we did Monroe Manor on Fair Oaks, Freeport. And we did Gregory's work there. And when Scott gave me the opportunity to walk into Maple Tree, it was like, oh my God, we got walls. Thank you. And not only is there a back area that is blue with Gregory, a touch of blue.
Yes.
And Gregory was so excited about being included. And then my brother, who passed in '94, was chosen by Architectural Digest to do a fan and a kimono in '81, and I had pieces of my brother's, and I mean, New York Times featured him in '85 as with a folded screen as an art form, which I took one of them apart and took off the folds, which he had done with a Japanese fold. And it's hanging in the large ballroom for Maple Tree.
One of the showcase pieces.
Well, artists have been so lucky to be in Maple Tree. And Scott has been so careful about placing, and Bob Matsumoto, who also did the design for, what do we want to say, 1942, when the Japanese were taken to he did a beautiful, beautiful poster, and it's hanging now there. Yes. And Muriel Johnson, and you may not know who Muriel Johnson, she's only, I think, 89. She just had a stroke. And for restitution, she was at ACC and loving it. And she was your county supervisor for 13 years. And then she was head of the California Arts Commission for 6 years. So Muriel, not only being president of the Crocker and all the other stuff, she wanted to be remembered today with this day of giving. And it is the time to share with not only ACC, but all your other 501c3s. Good tax deductions.
You got it.
I am trying to be involved. Doris Matsui, I sponsored into the Junior League. Doris and Robert Bob have been friends for umpteen million years. And to be here for our day of giving, just remember ACC and how beautifully they take care of, I won't say clients, but you take wonderful care, and Muriel wanted to make sure that you heard from her
Well,
that
thank you.
this is, it's a special, and I have watched Scott grow up in this responsibility, and I am so proud to be here celebrating ACC and what you mean to more than the Asian community, because I've got 2 other friends who have been within your facilities, and they all are happy and loving. And so, Scott, thank you for all you are giving, and and Ted, where are you? There he is. You know, it's a wonderful community, and my whole life, I don't think we have a dentist or a doctor that is not Asian. So this is very important. And Marilee and Gordon Wong, I have known for 40, 45 years. And we just love you all. And so grateful that it is so beautifully managed. Thank you, Scott.
Well, thank you, Moni. And you know, you've always been an amazing champion of the nonprofit world. You've always been a champion for philanthropy. And so here at ACC, we're always so amazed by your gift and always so honored that you've chosen ACC to assist and help through all of the steps. So we just wanted to recognize you a little bit tonight.
Oh my
with
God.
A quick thank you.
Oh.
So these are for you.
Oh, now you're going to make me cry. I don't have a voice. I usually have a very loud voice. And the last 3 days, I haven't had a voice. Thank God I have a microphone.
Well,
but now I've got these, oh, jeez. Scott, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for what you're doing. And my grandmother in Berkeley played Mahjong. And I seen this going, I just love this community. And I am so proud. Maple Tree is, well, thank you, Scott, for getting me involved again.
Of course. Well, thank you, Moni.
And thank you for cooking.
And that is a perfect segue over to our next segment. So I'll throw it over to Danny. Thank you very much, Moni.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's a tough one to follow. When I see someone cry, it makes me tear up. That was so special, Moni. Thank you so much, and thank you, Scott. But, you know, up next, I feel like I have introduced her a few times now over the last couple years that I have worked here. But up next, we have Lana Fong Chong, and we like to call her the Chinese tamale master, maybe?
I don't know.
But she's an expert Zhong rapper, and she's been doing it for many years, many demonstrations here. She even did a Zhong boot camp for us where we had a ton of people in here. We were rapping, we were laughing, we were having a ton of fun, and even her father-in-law had created the Zhong mold that has helped people learn how to rap Zhong, and so that's really special. And we had one of our volunteers from one of the music groups, Peter.
Yes, Peter.
Yep, he created a bunch more, and they're beautiful, right? So those were so fun. And so my mouth is watering, and it has taken everything in me not to eat what's in front of me.
Right.
So, Lana, can you tell me a little bit about what we're making today?
Okay, and am I on?
You are.
My son could have and should have been here because he was going to give me this rap to sing, but this is a rap on raps. A rap really means a talking about and enjoying how to use raps. We talk about raps, and we're talking specifically in our Chinese culture about wonton raps. made of flour, egg, and water. A lot of different ways of using it. We can actually serve up a meal with it. We can actually take appetizers. We can actually serve up and treat your little guys to some sweet crescents. But today, we're going to do a wrap on wrap. We're going to go through the various kinds of wonton wrap, and I bought some samples. I haven't bought a scratch and sniff, but actually a sample of
But we're not scratching.
Yes, and you need to smell. A wrap on wrap really means that you're going to have wonderful, wonderful ingredients of anything that you make. If you cook, you buy first quality. And this is what we're going to be doing with using wonton skin and wonton pei. Okay, yay, all right. Wonton pei is probably the Chinese phyllo. And also when we talk about all the things that we know about wonton, and they say, oh, Marco Polo went to Italy. Well, Marco Polo went to Italy, but then he came back and made the ravioli, but he saw it in China. A wrap on wrap means that you have various types of wrap. We have some that's very, very thin. The Japanese make gyoza, a very thin wrapped little dumpling that we put in soups, or you can have as an appetizer. We also have the very thick wonton pei that we use will tip. How thick and how thin your skin kind of decides where you want to go. And this is something that I really would like to speak about as well. So when we talk about the thin, I'm going to probably do it backwards since I'm Chinese and I can do it. But I'm also bicultural, and I'm also bilingual. But sometimes I get the, ama, ama, ama. You've got to get the intonation right. But what we have, I'm going to go backwards, is I come from a long legacy of the Chinese Community Church. And for many, many years, we actually took one of our pot stickers and we made the sweet crescents. We actually served up the sweet crescents as part of our communion services. And I think this speaks to our love of sweet things, wonderful things. We actually had the classes at the Chinese Community Church wrap these, and then they were taken into the church and served up as part of our communion service. But these have peanuts, brown sugar, and a little bit of coconut. With the fear about peanuts, many of the crescents no longer use any of the nut products. Probably will use only brown sugar, white sugar, and coconut, and maybe sesame seeds. But these are wonderful memories of all the years that I've been with the Chinese Community Church. The most basic one, of course, that we often see and we often serve and buy at restaurants is wonton, which is a wonton in soup, which is a ravioli in soup. And so what we're going to use is, this is the second layer, this is the wonton pei, but this wonton pei is a square one, and what we would do is cut off and make it round. But using this as a demonstration, I have these visual aids. I also was a trainer when I worked for the state, and I also realized sometimes you don't want to keep looking at me, you want to look at some visual aids. So what you take is a wonton pei, and you always serve up wonderful meat. And for the wonton that we often see is simply a little crinkle, and we serve it up almost like a siomai, and we just kind of wrap the top and we parboil these, and then we put it into soups. I didn't wrap that too tight. Okay, the other thing then that we also make are pot stickers. Our church also is known for making these amazing pot stickers. We've had sessions where we've made 6,000 and 7,000, I think. So what we have are these thick skin pei, and we need the thick skin layer of wraps because these will be wrapped, browned on the bottom, frozen, then taken out on the day of the festival where we sell these, and they're simmered in broth. So delicious. So let me show you how I'll give you the wrap. Now the pot sticker skin is very, very thick in comparison to, and I don't know if I can have you see this, but perhaps you can see the thickness, and you can see how malleable these are. These are very thick, very, very thick compared to the thin wonton. So what I like to do is I like to stretch them out because ultimately I know in an oval shape, I'll stretch it out, making sure I don't tear. I give a nice big tablespoon of meat. Now I have a training aid here, and I would like my friend Jeannie. This is the ham that we use. This is the meat mixture. Whenever you make dumplings, let them smell. You can pass it around the audience. When you make dumplings, what you want to have is the seasoning has got to be excellent. So when you smell that, you know it's hang. Pot stickers are known for the ginger, the Napa cabbage, the green onion, but also soy, oyster sauce, and we actually put a little bit of white wine. So then we take this and we use water to seal. And what we want to do is kind of a pretty little folding, 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 and folding. And what you want to do is to make sure all that meat stays in. And people not only want to see a nice filled one, pot sticker, they also want to see a pretty one. So we make all of these, and you can actually lay them on wax paper, freeze them for as long as you need for your party. Or before I freeze them, what I do, and let me show you this, I actually take it and I brown the bottom. Okay, the pot sticker story goes this way. There was an amazing emperor who wanted some dim sum or some shumai. So the cook went in the kitchen and he folded up all these little dumplings and morsels. And he turned around and maybe he was checking his iPhone. I don't know. But he kind of lost his attention. Well, the little pot stickers had a little crispy bottom. The crispy bottom came the hallmark of the pot sticker. And so after I make these, put them in the freezer. On the day of the party, I take them out and brown them all, put them into a nice little pan of chicken broth, and slowly cook the innards because the meat is raw. So that's our pot sticker. The other thing that's really interesting about pot stickers is that no matter what you do in terms of making a filling, a ravioli, what you always want to do is be aware of the scent. And my best friend from many, many years, this goes back to 1983. 1983, we founded a Chinese American Culture Center here in the Pocket area. And my good friend, Mrs. Carolyn Wong, Candy Wong, developed this recipe using all these savory ingredients, and she published this in our first cookbook. Then it's also been published in the Chinese Community Church Cookbook. But the savoriness, the amazing aroma of the pot sticker is what makes this really, really work. Now, what we also have is everyone has been to a favorite party and had the fried wonton. And this is the fried wonton. See how thin the skin is? Very thin. It's simply going to be fried and then served up with the dip sauce. What we have here is a wonton skin where we simply lay flat. And actually there's a production, I'm going to show you a production technique that my stepmom showed me, a sim. And down at the farm, there'd be 25 people wanting wonton quicker than anything. So what she would do, she would lay all the wonton like in a row And instead of like dipping back and forth, and she'd lay it all down like 3 or 4 in a row. And what she would do is she would take and put all the meat down at one time, and she wouldn't have to go the repetition. And then she would also had a fabulous, we call it faisal, when you're very, very competent on your hands. And you simply fold over, make a little V, and when you make a little V, you take the edges and you fold it over. And you make this wonderful, pretty, we call it a nurse's bonnet. So we take all of these very fast, fold them all up so that the hungry grandchildren won't be squawking. And you could actually, and I have done this for my parties, I've actually deep fried these, froze them, and 25 or 1 ton more. I would take it out, put it in a brown bag, put it in the oven, and warm it up with my sweet and sour sauce. Now you can buy this sweet and sour sauce, but a simple, easy make is simply one of using a pineapple juice as a base, soy, and a little bit of perfect vinegar, either the red vinegar or the balsamic vinegar, and add that to it, and you have a nice party. So the fried wonton is served up, ready to go. But fried wonton doesn't end there, and I recently learned, many people like to go to restaurants and order the war wonton, which is the wonton with all the seafood. And now there is a fabulous new wonton called Yifu wonton, and I'm going to give probably not a PSA, but an ad for this wonderful new friend that I've made, and it's over here at Lucky Jade, right on the corner of Lamb Park, and they have a fabulous Yifu wonton soup. And what it is a fabulous wonton that's been fried, and then she makes up a great broth with ground pork, lots of cilantro, lots of egg flour. It is the most delicious meal you can buy. I know I probably should have her pay for this PSA, but then anyway, I think that we all, as members of the community, support and show each other all these things that we truly love. Now I'm going to take questions, but I have to apologize. My interpreter, Jeannie, is probably going to have to take it. This Lana does have hearing devices that's sitting at home on the counter, but I'm happy to entertain any questions that you have. Anyone? Yes?
When I learned to make lumpia, we made the filling. We actually cooked the filling before we rolled it. Do you do that with any of the wontons?
Yes. We at the church also make lumpia, which is the same noodle. And of course, the innards or the meat is simply, my sister Joey was the chair, is simply ground pork with peas and carrots with garlic powder. So it's not hum, but it's flavorful. And it's the same thing, and it's the same fold, and I'll show you the fold in a miniature way. You simply take, and in this case we had, as I said at the church, we simply take, and it's just the ground pork, and you roll, and you simply roll it up, and you fold it up like a little swaddling, and this is your mini egg roll. But it's the same pay. It is the same weight as the wonton pay. Also because, remember, if you fry up this kind of noodle, you don't want the thick because it will grab the oil. And the lighter, the better your fry up. Okay? And I want to give special thanks to Candy for making the beautiful, beautiful aromatic pot sticker meat. And she shared it with so many organizations. We're so very, very pleased to have all of that. I think that's all I have. No, I'm not real sure if Ted, you want to make a talk about any more Joan boxes to sell?
Put me on the spot.
Yeah, you don't. Okay.
We are out of Joan boxes, but we are hoping to do another Joan boot camp.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, the Joan boxes are extraordinary. They're a work of art. And I've been lucky enough, we have in Peter, he has picked out the most gorgeous wood. It is an absolute living piece of art, and I have one. And we had a boot camp, and we sewed a chair, a boot camp seat, with all the stuff already in front of you, and we held a boot camp, and we did probably about 4 to 1 Jong master who would help fold all the leaves. I am a Jong master, but I can't be at 5 tables. But it's a fabulous fundraiser, and I am not sure with Danny if they're going to do it again this year. It would depend on the availability of the boxes, because it is the box that my yeye developed. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Well, wasn't that a great cooking segment with Lana Chong? She always puts on such a great cooking segment that really wants you to go and start making her recipes. They look so delicious, right?
She's amazing. And I can't believe how she can just talk and tell a story while she's, preparing all that beautiful food.
Yeah, so Jeri and I, we have to have notes in front of us to be able to remember what we're going to say. But thank you, Lana, for a great segment. So far, at the we're at almost 7:30, we have raised $274,000 and $274,361,000. So that's a great number. We still have a lot more to go, but thank you so far for everybody that's donated. We're live streaming on YouTube and Facebook, and we welcome you to enter your comments in the chat box. Tell your friends to tune in, and of course, donate, and we'll post your donation. So your donation supports our rides programs, activities for our residents, caregiver programs, senior escort programs, and our online programs. You can also pledge now and pay later. Our phone bank right over here to my right is ready to take your calls. You can call us at 916-503-5380 or drop by ACC. We have people at the front door ready to take your envelope of money. Or you can go to our ACC webpage at acc.org/Big Dog 2023 or bigdayofgiving.org webpage. But before I go over to Jeri, I wanted to announce that Chong, one of our big volunteers and supporters, had already donated $400, but made another donation of $2,500.
Wow,
so
that's
far,
amazing.
That's amazing for Chong. And
Thank you.
Thank you. And also, we have our phone bank folks ready here to take any calls. But if you make a donation of $1,000, call in. The first one will get this lovely bundt cake that's donated by Nothing But the Bundt Cake. And we'll deliver it to you if you don't come by ACC. But this is from the Bundt Cake store in Elk Grove, Minnesota. So thank you for Nothing Bundt Cake for making that donation. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeri right now to talk about the next segment.
Thank you, Jean. I'm so happy to introduce this next video of a relatively new volunteer and instructor to many of you. His name is Kevin Ta. And I first met Kevin shortly after the pandemic began when he was an undergraduate student at UC Davis. So Kevin reached out to ACC because he was concerned about so many older adults being isolated at home, and he wanted to figure out a way to connect them with college students. So over time, Kevin set up Breaking Barriers, a group of UC Davis students who work one-on-one with seniors, providing technology training as well as companionship. Kevin recently graduated with a degree in sociology and is currently applying to medical school. Who knows, someday maybe he'll be back here at ACC as a doctor. Right now, in his spare time, he teaches ACC computer classes and provides drop-in assistance in our computer lab. Let's hear from Kevin about what he's learned during his experiences at ACC.
I think what it is, it's given me a new perspective on life. So really, before working with older adults, I used to think that 65 was the year for me to retire. But engaging with these older adults, I realized that even at 65, you have so much more to do, so much more to live. You can learn so much more. I think it's really their curiosity and their hunger that kind of shocked me. Like I said, I thought that I didn't really know what the definition of older adults were, but But I guess now like it's redefined to where even if you're 55, 65, even 75, you're still capable of learning. You're still capable of engaging in more activities. You're still capable of doing so much more as long as you have the motivation, the drive to learn. As long as you don't, I guess, put yourself in a corner and say that I can't do it. As long as you believe you can, then you can do it. Some of the surprises that I've discovered while teaching is that older adults actually know a lot more than I initially thought. So coming into here, I thought I would be teaching, like basic introductory technology lessons. And although most of the schedule is developed as such, I found that older adults are more curious than I thought. They have more questions that are outside of my agenda that I have to go home and do research on to answer their questions. I think their curiosity is one of the strengths that they have. Especially the students that come out. I know that they might not be interested in the agenda or the plan initially, but they come out more ready to learn, like hungry to know more. On the laptops, we taught Microsoft, so Microsoft Office, learning how to use Excel, Microsoft Word. We also went through Google Suite, so how to use Google Documents, Google Sheets, Google PowerPoint, and also Google Drive. I thought that opening them up to the world of Google Drive, where all of their applications, all of their documents were in one single website, was very beneficial. I think the biggest impact is kind of their inversion into the internet or into the technological world. So from what I've noticed is that because of COVID, everything kind of boomed into technology to where things were more important that you were on the internet, that you were using some of these platforms. Examples could include like Zoom. So on one class, I taught them how to connect to Zoom, how to be active on Zoom, even how to host their own Zoom meeting. So using those skills, they can also, engage in Zoom, not with just a professional setting, but also a family and friends setting. So they can send these Zooms to their families and friends in other states or in other countries, and also be able to host it so that they can connect with them abroad.
Thank you so much. And I'm here with Janice Joe to share with us a little bit more information about the Congressional Gold Medal and the presentations to members of the military. So thank you, Janice, for being here, and thank you, everybody, for being here. So would you mind sharing with us a little bit more about the Congressional Gold Medal?
Yes, I'd be glad to. And I just want to thank ACC and the Big Day of Giving, because the Gung Ho Post has given to ACC, and I hope everyone else will, and also individuals have given either volunteer time or monetarily. So how the Congressional Gold Medal was given is that in the 1940s, there were about 100,000 known Chinese in the United States. And when World War II occurred, 20,000 men and women were either drafted or enlisted to help serve during World War II. And of the 20,000 that helped serve, 40% were not U.S. citizens. And they could not be U.S. citizens because of the 1882 Exclusion Act. Yet they were willing to die for their country, and some did. So again, men and women of Chinese ancestry served during World War II in the battlefields of Europe, in the Pacific, and in the China, India, Burma arena. We're so glad that they did serve and they came back, and a lot of them would said, "I'd do again." They were very modest. They didn't boast about their service. And yet, when they came back, they were discriminated against housing. They were discriminated in jobs. They were also discriminated and even joined the VFW and the American Legion. So what happened is they formed their own VFW and they formed their own American Legion. A lot of them did this to help widows, to help get insurance, and to help children. As a result of all this, they helped even put their children through school. They went on the GI Bill. They didn't go on welfare. They just stayed home, worked hard in modest arenas, and we'll be naming some of the people who did that and put their children through school. We know the ones who became doctors and lawyers and teachers and social workers, city employees, state employees, and they have given back not only to ACC, but to nonprofit organizations and volunteered their time and effort. And so, we're appreciative of the United States Congress deciding that the Chinese should get a Congressional Gold Medal. And so, again, we'll be naming some of the people. It's not, there's probably over 200 in the Sacramento area or more who went, and served during World War II. And sometimes you don't hear their stories because they're very modest about it. And so, but we appreciate them. And they were just so thankful to being in this country that they could have the opportunity to do, and work and live as they liked. So that's why, we appreciate them, the Congress, giving them the Congressional Gold Medal.
And we have some gentlemen with us that are going to list some of the people, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Cortland Chow, Army Air Force, Sacramento optometrist.
Kim N. Chen, Tech Sergeant Army, owner and chef, Ding Hao Restaurant.
Hubert Mao Sai Fong, PFC, Texas, U.S. Postal Service.
Paul Fong, Captain, Signal Corps, China, electrical engineer, architect, and construction.
Robert W. Fong, artillery mechanic, U.S. Army, Philippines, laundry, gas station, data processing technician.
Wing Hee Fong, Corporal Tech 5, Army, businessman, Land Park, South.
Ji Jung, Tech Sergeant, Army, store owner.
Thomas S. Jung, seaman, merchant, marine, production supervisor, Campbell Soup.
Albert S. Lee, Tech 5, construction foreman, Burma, owner of Franklin Poultry.
Harry H. Lee, technician, grade 5, Army, instrument repair technician, McClellan.
Theodore Lee, infantry, Army, Philippines, aircraft maintenance, Aerojet.
Theodore William Lee Jr., Sergeant, Army, Air Force, butcher, co-owner of Fruit Ridge Market.
Young W. Lee, administrative assistant, U.S. Army, Georgia, owner, broker, private ledger.
Harry Leon, rifleman, Army, Europe, partner, Capital Meat Company.
Wallace Leong, interpreter, Army, China, meat cutter, Capital Poultry.
Benjamin Mung Bing Louis, PLC, radio operator, Asia, electronic integrated system mechanic, Matha.
Ken Marr, PFC, Army, Europe, material manager, McClellan.
Earl Wong, interpreter, Army, chief financial officer, Department of Education.
Frank L. Wong, lab technician, Walla Walla. Printer, Frank's Letter Shop, appraiser, Sacramento County.
Gene D. Wong, staff sergeant, Army, Air Corps, Flying Tigers. Restaurant owner, co-owner of Bel Air, insurance agent.
Larry Poi Wong, Staff Sergeant, Army Air Corps, Flying Tiger, restaurant owner, co-owner, draftsman, California Department of Highways.
Tom Wong, Navy Steward, second class, Atlantic. Supervisor, Food Service, McClellan.
Joe Yee, Second Lieutenant, Army Air Force, Chief Electrical Engineer, Sacramento City.
Edmund Fong, CB, Navy, Pacifica. At this time, I'd like to thank the ACC for giving us this opportunity to present this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you guys very much for sharing this important story with us this evening and even bringing one of the Congressional Gold Medals with you. So thank you, gentlemen, and thank you so much, Janice, for bringing this to us here at ACC.
All right, and Scott, if I just can say one thing. The medal is actually at the California Museum, and we also were presented this Sacramento Library, and it will be displayed there too. I think they're waiting for a display case. So the Sacramento room in the Sacramento downtown has a Congressional Gold Medal.
Perfect.
If someone wants to see it.
So everybody can go and view the Congressional Gold Medal in person. So thank you very much. And now I'll turn it over to Jean with an update.
Well, thank you. So thank you, Janice Joe, for this presentation. We really appreciate it. It's very special to acknowledge and recognize everybody who gave their service to the community. So thank you so much. So now we're going to go back, flashback, back in the old days. We're going to reminisce. It's going to be a music video that we have a lot of people who were, I guess, did it way back in the day. They're slowly getting on the stage with me, but I have here Linda Ravella, who was the program manager here at ACC, and now she's the acting executive director for Meals on Wheels. So let's give a big hand for Linda for coming back and joining us. I have Mariel Fong, also her cohort, right, in doing all this. And I'm going to turn this over to Mariel, and they're going to talk about what they did back in the day, and it's going to be fun.
Yes, yes. So I guess 5 years ago, I knocked on Donna Yee's door, former CEO at ACC, and I asked her if I can volunteer in programs. So she appointed me to the director of programs at the time, Linda Ravilla. So aside from starting weekly newsletters, producing videos to showcase the classes being offered, then Linda here asked me to be co-chair of Big Day of Giving. So I was here a lot. I saw so many people having so much fun. And so I thought, well, how can I capture that, fun in like a little small package to let everyone know about it? So what better way to do a music video, with seniors doing the hip hop and singing to the beat of Bruno Mars's Uptown Funk, right? So I told Donna that, and she's like, okay, sure. So, but she let me do it, and tell us how did you start B-Dog here anyway?
So we started Big Day of Giving in 2014, which was the first year that the SAC Region Community Foundation opened up Big Day of Giving to all nonprofits. The year before it had been the first one, and it was Big Day of the Arts, so just art organizations. And then they decided to open it up, and the rest is history. 10 years later, there's more than 700 organizations in the region participating in the Big Day of Giving. But ACC was the first to ever have a music video. Subsequently, I've seen other organizations do music videos, but we were the first, and dare I say, it was one of the best. It went viral. We made...
Yes.
We were on Good Day Sacramento.
Good Day Sacramento. We were in the front page of the Sacramento Bee twice that week. So, a lot of, Good Day, another station covered us as well. So
yeah, that's
that was
right.
Really fun.
So, and then we made, a couple more music videos. The senior She Bop was the year after, and then, what was the one after that?
I don't know, Ted
Proud
did that.
Mary.
Oh, that's right.
that's right,
She's here today, too,
Bailey.
and I'm going to chew bop with
right.
her later. So.
Okay, but that first music video was a lot of fun. I was just remembering that we rehearsed a lot. You might not be able to tell. when you watch the video, but we did. We had choreography, but one of the things we found was that no matter how much we rehearsed, once the camera was rolling, people would forget. And I might admit that I'm one of those people that just, mine would go blank.
Oh, you were
So our fearless directors, Marielle and Ted, decided, okay, so we're only going to do like 8 beats at a time, right? And it was a lot of, so if you can imagine, it was a lot of editing. So a lot of people doing different moves.
And the flash mob.
And we had a flash mob. We had a drone.
Yes.
We had, all kinds of people.
But before that, can we talk about Meals on Wheels? Because now you're with Meals on Wheels.
Yeah, so I've been I crossed the street, and I'm working at Meals on Wheels now. And we've been part of the Big Day of Giving also for about the same amount of years as ACC. In fact, Meals on Wheels is featured in these music videos, so happy to say that. That's right, and I had to represent. So please remember to give to Meals on Wheels in addition to ACC. And we're separate organizations, and the funds are not mixed. Just making that clear.
And so back to the video, I wanted to also introduce the people who were there, my first victims. No, willing victims. They were really fun. I mean, they just said, tell me what to do. So please stand, and you'll see them in the video later anyway. And we're going to do the Macarena later.
Right.
So should we roll tape?
Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. This thing about growing old is what you want, not what you're told. This song's for all the folks, them young and old, y'all masterpieces. Learning, laughing, cooking it up with Alfred Lee. Got tackled too, Loretta Lou.
Can't help myself, I'm 80.
So young, yeah, yeah. Like a kid with a cannon. So young, yeah, yeah.
They call me the Pickleball Man.
So young, yeah, yeah. Stand up, son, you know who I am. So young, yeah, yeah. I learn new things.
Let me break it down.
Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause ACC gonna give it to you. Cause ACC gonna give it to you. Big Dad giving it, we in the spot. Big Dad giving it, we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 ooh. Stop. Wait a minute. You got ukulele, can you feel the groove? Meals on Wheels to deliver the food.
Virginia, get the stretch.
Right to doctors, shopping, ACC Folk classes. If we show up, we're gonna get him out.
Get him out of isolation.
So young, yeah, yeah. Feeding my soul with arts and crafts. So young, yeah, yeah. Building my strength in yoga class. So young, yeah, yeah. Digging my zoo with teacher Pam. So young, yeah, yeah. I volunteer whenever I can. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause ACC gonna give it to you. Cause ACC gonna give it to you. Big Dad giving it, we in the spot. Big Dad giving it, we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch.
Before we leave, let me say a little something.
ACC, we boogie to the lifelong learning. ACC, we keep our big wheels turning. ACC, we boogie to the lifelong learning. ACC, we keep our big wheels turning. Big dog at ACC, thank you for all you're giving. Big dog at ACC, thank you for all you're giving. Big dog at ACC, thank you for all you're giving. Big dog at ACC, thank you for all you're giving. Big dog at ACC. Ah!
Okay, that was energetic. That's flashback day, right? You guys had a lot of fun. So now here I am with Brian Sablé, who's chair of the Volunteer Services Committee. And the ACC has around 500 volunteers, and they do a lot of things. They help us set up, they sell food, they do the phone bank. Brian's doing the phone bank today. They take donations at the front desk, reception desk. They're here just doing a lot of different things. And so here you can volunteer and do a lot of different things. We have rides drivers. They take you out shopping. They go to appointments. We have the Friendly Visitors Program, who meet with seniors to provide company. We have the Senior Escort Program, who escort seniors on walks into the grocery store. We're always looking for instructors and speakers, so if you have a talent, let us know. We'll get you signed up for a class. But if you volunteer at ACC, please consider making a gift to ACC to pay it forward. And so one of the things is that, Brian's the chair, and we always are looking for different volunteers. So we had a big event on April 15th. You want to tell us about it?
We had a wonderful event on April 15th. We had our annual Volunteer Appreciation Lunch, which we had right here at the ACC Center. We had the volunteers came in and they drove through. We also had picnic tables out front where people could sit and enjoy the company. We had music playing. It was really one of those types of events that makes me happy to be a part of the ACC community and to be actually the chair of the Volunteer Services Committee. My old boss, Gene, actually roped me into getting involved in ACC, and really, being a volunteer is really something that I feel that I owe to the community, and I would encourage you that if you have some skills that you want to share with your community, please give us a call. We're the place to use that.
So if you have a talent and I know you somehow or somewhere, someplace, I'm going to rope you into volunteering at ACC. So that's where, if I ask you for coffee, I'm just warning you that you might end up volunteering at ACC. Isn't that how that started, Brian?
You got to watch out for Gene. We were a bunch of retired DMV employees and having coffee once a month. And Gene asked me, do you want to get involved? And I said yes. And the next thing you know, I was on 4 committees and then eventually on the board. So there's always a use for any services that you could help provide to this community.
Well, and then Mary Bienko is part of our coffee group, and we're having coffee. And say, hey, Mary, you want to join ACC? And she's on the Volunteer Services Committee with Brian and me.
Exactly.
And she's here rounding everybody up and getting all the props ready for us today. But again, volunteer, one special request I want to make is that we're looking for, if you're bilingual, we could use you to do bilingual services for us at ACC. If you have a talent, you're bilingual, we can sure use your skills and your services. So now I'm going to bring up Jeri and Danny, if I could find them, and they're going to introduce our next segment. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Jean.
My nose is running.
Well, Danny, so tonight we've been talking a lot about special friends of ACC, right? And so next is someone who really is a special friend of ACC. It's someone who's been an incredible asset for ACC, bringing our stages to life. Jason Chong wears many hats, but he is a community advocate, cultural connector, percussionist, and creator of inclusive arts and cultural experiences. He is the founder of the Sacramento Asian Pacific Cultural Village, presenters of the Asian Pacific Culture Fest and the Sacramento Asian Pacific Film Festival, which we'll hear a little bit about in a few minutes.
Yes, and also Jason Chong got his start in percussion with the Sacramento Mandarins group, which I know is very popular around here. Actually, I found out that he knew my brother, who was also in Mandarins. They have such a wide variety of people in Mandarins and ages, from a long time ago and even just new high school students now. So it's a huge and wonderful community. People are walking through the halls and say, oh, you have a Mandarin shirt on. and then so since then, Jason has been learning different types of percussion over the years. And so without further ado, Jason Chong.
learn to drum?
How did I learn to drum? Well, first off, we all have.
I have it right now. Handheld 3. Handheld. We only have a minute. Are we on? Are we good? Yeah. Yes. You guys ready?
Sorry, to be continued. What were you saying about how you learned how to drum like that?
Well, I believe that everyone is a drummer. We all have this innate, I think, sense of rhythm, whether or not we think we're drummers. We all started with our mother's heartbeat, right?
Yeah.
And the sound of our mother's heartbeat in the womb, we all, I think, feel that and sense that. And so I think that in a way, we're all drummers. But I did get my start with the Sacramento Mandarins, and I studied later with groups in Japan and in San Francisco. Japanese percussion, I studied with a Chinese percussion master. I studied Filipino percussion and Korean percussion, and started a Pan-Asian percussion group when I was in Oakland. The group was called Asian Crisis. We're actually performing at the Soy and Tofu Festival in June in San Francisco. So, yeah, and then I was fortunate enough to be asked by the former director of the Mandarins, Jim Tabuchi, to help with the performing arm of the Sacramento Mandarins. We were called Mandarins Entertainment, and we became the King's Drumline. So if you were out at King's Games, we were producing the King's Drumline, and sometimes we had a chance to mash up marching percussion with Japanese taiko and Chinese gu out there on the court.
Amazing. So it's been a long journey, and yeah, lots of studying to be able to do what you do now. And you, like we said earlier, wear many hats. So not just an accomplished percussionist, but also you are in the midst of organizing 2 major events for Sacramento. Do you want to take a couple minutes to tell us a little bit about what's coming up?
Sure, I'd love to. So the Creative Space is a small business incubator started by the Tokunaga sisters, Remy and Jennifer Tokunaga. They started these pop-up events in support of small Asian-owned businesses. And year after COVID, they were the first ones to really support small Asian-owned businesses on a large level. And by way of some of the events that I've been producing in our second historic Japantown in support of my sister's house, another important area nonprofit, we connected, and we decided that we should combine our efforts, and we launched the first Asian Pacific Culture Fest last year. We saw 6,000 people, which was wild. We thought we were going to see maybe 1,500, and 6,000 folks showed up. So we are hosting our second Asian Pacific Culture Fest at District 56 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we're going to have 120 vendors, dozens of food trucks, 17 performing arts organizations and groups throughout the region. We're having a special guest, Lee Herrick, who is the first Asian American poet laureate for the state of California. He's going to be reciting poetry. So we're just looking forward to a really fun and exciting event. We're going to have an art pop-up gallery and art stations, craft stations, and all that stuff.
Amazing.
Come on down to District 56. And of course, we're so grateful that ACC Senior Services is one of our sponsors.
Yes, of course. And so it's from 10 to 2 this
That's
Saturday, right?
This Saturday.
This Saturday. Okay, so all of you, if this telethon isn't enough for you and you're craving more entertainment and more vendors and food trucks, please go down on Saturday, District 56.
District 56.
In Elk Grove. Thank you so much, Jason, for being with
Thank
us
you
today
for
and
having
for
us.
everything
Thank
you
you.
do for ACC.
Thank you.
And now, Danny. Oh, I'm sorry. And now, over to Jean.
Thank you, Jeri. Thank you, Jason. I remember those drum lines over at the Kings game watching you guys. They do a great job. And, I'm going to be down there at District 56 on Saturday, and I'm bringing my wallet with lots of money. I'm going to buy food and a lot of crafts, so we'll see you down there. So we're going to have an encore performance by Ho'opili featuring Alan Solomon. So let's listen to Alan and his music.
was like yesterday when I held your hand under the city lights, dancing the night away as I gently stared into your beating eyes, thinking this could be real, that I found my perfect melody to my song. That's when we kissed. And then I asked you, have you ever sat and wondered why the birdies sing? Oh, how the sun leaves our horizon and comes back again. I can see how we don't have that picture perfect kind of love, but I know one thing, I'm in love with my best friend. That's perfect to me. Ooh, yeah, yeah. We were never apart. Every breath you took was a part of mine. We could sit and do nothing, and no doubt we'd still lose the track of time. You said that you needed me, but I know I needed you more. That's when I held you, and I asked you, have you ever sat and wondered why the birdies sing? Oh, how the sun leaves our horizon and comes back again. I can see how we don't have that picture perfect kind of love, but I know one thing, I'm in love with my best friend. Have you ever sat and wondered why the birdies sing? Oh, how the sun leaves our horizon and comes back again. I can see how we don't have that picture perfect kind of love, but I know one thing, I'm in love with my best friend. That's perfect to me. Ooh, yeah. Perfect to me.
That was so beautiful. Thank you so much for that performance. And remember earlier when I mentioned there are several clubs here that perform that are music-based? Well, behind me is another one. I am here to introduce the ACC Guitar Ensemble. Now, this group began in 2011 and is an acoustic music group of advanced and semi-pro guitarists. All of them in this group began learning their chops in the 60s or early 70s, performing at amateur and paid folk rock gigs, and even some demonstrations. They have enjoyed performing throughout ACC and church and community benefit events. So, without further ado, the ACC Guitar Ensemble.
Thank you.
No, you're doing. Okay, ready?
shine, and my tunes were played on a harp unstrung. Would you hear my voice come through the music? Would you hold it near as it was your own? It's a hand-me-down. The thoughts are broken. Perhaps they're better left unstrung, and I don't know. Don't really care. Let there be songs to fill the air. Ripple in still water when there is no pebble tossed or wind to blow. Reach out your hand if your cup be empty. If your cup is full, may it be again. Let it be known there is a fountain that was not made by the hands of men. There is a road, no simple highway between the dawn and the dark of night. And if you go, no one may follow. That path is for your steps alone. Ripple in still water when there is no pebble tossed nor wind to blow. You who choose to lead must follow. But if you fall alone. If you should stand, then who's to guide you? If I knew the way, I would take you home. Da 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 da.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. We're the ACC Guitar Ensemble. I have Glenn Watanabe, George Connor, who was playing the mandolin, Jane Nakagawa playing bass, and Gary Yee over there cutting it up on the guitar. So that first song was a collaboration called Ripple, and it was a song written by Robert Hunter, and the music was by Jeri Garcia, the Grateful Dead. So George actually introduced it to the group, and we took a liking to it, and so we just had a lot of fun and said, okay, we'll open with that. So we are one of the, as Danny mentioned, one of the music clubs that meets here at ACC Senior Services, and we started in 2011, and I think I joined around 2012, so we've and Jane joined shortly after that. But the guys were here before, and we're part of the original. We've lost a really dear member last year, and or it's been a little while, Chris Tomine. So, but he's still in our hearts every time we play, and we remember him. So this next number is a rhythm and blues song written by Bobby Troop in 1946. It's going to feature some really nice guitar work and wonderful singing, and so it's called Get Your Kicks on Route 66.
Well, if you ever plan to motor west, travel my way, take the highway, that's the best. Get your kicks on Route 66.
It winds from Chicago to LA, more than 2,000 miles along the way. Get your kicks on Route 66.
Well, you go to St. Louis, Joplin, Missouri, and Oklahoma City's mighty pretty. You'll see Amarillo, Gallup, New Mexico, Flagstaff, Arizona, and don't forget Winona, Kingman, Barstow, San Bernardino.
Won't you get hip to this timely tip when you make that California trip? Get your kicks on Route 66. Take it, Gary.
Gary. Go to St. Louis, Joplin, Missouri, Oklahoma City is mighty pretty. You'll see Amarillo, Gallup, New Mexico, Flagstaff, Arizona, and don't forget Winona, Kingman, Barstow, San Bernardino.
Won't you get hip to this timely tip when you make that California trip? Get your kicks on Route 66. Get your kicks on Route 66.
Yeah, all right, Gary. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for
All
having
right.
fun with us in the audience
All
here.
right, that was good.
So our last number is, are you going to say something, George, about this one?
Do I have to?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. An old standard written by the late, great Johnny Cash. Any song that boasts about killing a man just to watch him die, I don't know. But at any rate, this is the classic Folsom Prison Blues. Ready, guys? 2, 3.
I hear the train coming, It's rolling round the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in post prison and time keeps dragging on. But that train keeps rolling down on the sand.
When I was just a young boy, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't ever play with guns. But I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die.
Yes, he did.
When I hear that lonesome whistle, I hang my head and cry.
Hit it, Jordan.
Well, I bet there's rich folk people in a fancy dining car. They're probably drinking coffee, smoking big cigars. But I know I had it coming. I know I can't be free. But those people keep it moving, and that's what tortures me. Well, if they freed me from this prison, if that railroad train was mine, I bet I'd move it on a little further down the line. Far from Folsom Prison, that's where I want to stay. And I'd let that lonesome whistle blow my blues away.
Thank you very much, and thank you again. Please donate to ACC's Big Day of Giving. Thanks again.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Guitar Ensemble. That was wonderful. Let's give another big hand for them. They were just wonderful. So we are at a wonderful number, but we still have a ways to go. We have raised so far $710,000 so far today.
Big round of applause.
A big round. And so we want to give a big shout out to two big supporters who have donated $25,000 each. That is Roger and Florence Fong, a big sponsor for us. A big shout out to Roger and Florence Fong. And also Dr. Gordon and Marilee Wong. Again, $25,000 donation to ACC so we can continue the great work that we do in our program. So Scott, what do you think we're going to do and finish this out tonight?
So I think before we're done tonight, what I would absolutely love to happen is open up tomorrow's show at $300,000. So that just means between now and midnight, or now and the broadcast start tomorrow, we have to raise $17,290. I'm sure everybody out there and everybody who's watching, we can do that. So let's try and start out tomorrow's show at $300,000, which would put us at an amazing mark, getting ready and set to our goal of $500,000 by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, and Scott, looking at the Sacramento Region website, was telling me that if it's an ACC or he says, I need to donate tonight at 12:01 a.m. in the first 10 minutes. And what am I supposed to do, Scott?
So in the first 10 minutes after midnight hits, they'll randomly select a number of donations and add $500 onto that donation. So instead of multiplying, they'll just add a flat $500 onto that. So help us do that challenge. If you happen to be up at midnight like Jean will be.
Like I am, writing the script.
Hop on and donate any amount, and we'll have a chance that the Regional Foundation will add a $500 bonus onto that donation, multiplying your impact out there. And that also applies to midnight tomorrow night. So the last 10 minutes of the big day of giving, if you make a donation, any amount whatsoever to ACC Senior Services, it has a chance to get $500 bonus added onto it towards our big day of giving fundraising.
So that's 10 minutes between 12:01 and 12:10 this morning.
Yes.
And then again tomorrow night before midnight.
10 minutes before midnight, so 11:50 to midnight tomorrow night as well. So if you want to stay up on tomorrow night, you can also donate then.
Scott says he's already in bed.
So I will be asleep. I have a 2-year-old.
So he says I have to do it. Okay, because he knows I don't go to bed till like 1-ish or so it's easy for me. So
Exactly.
To close out tonight, for our first Big Day Giving Telethon, we have returning to perform for ACC, who really doesn't need any introduction because we all know it's no other than Mollie, Tom, and with her are the Tomcats, Maribel, Shirley, and Joan. Mollie is a longtime supporter of ACC and has performed many times for us and at our past Big Day Giving events. So let's give a big, warm welcome to Mollie, Tom, and the Tomcats.
Perfect.
Thank you. And to start off, we're going to do a song by Ben King, all of you know, called Stand By Me. And we have the Tomcats behind us. When the night has come, the land is dark, and the moon is the only light we'll see. I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Whoa, stand by me. Won't you stand now? Won't you stand by me? If the sky we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountains should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry. No, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. And darling, darling, stand by me. Whoa, stand by me. Won't you stand now? Won't you stand by me? Ah, take it, Tomcats. And darling, darling, stand by me. Whoa, stand by me. Won't you stand now? Stand by me, stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Whoa, won't you stand by me? Won't you stand now? Won't you stand by me? Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Whoa, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. Thank you. Thank you. That's a fun song. And it's a kind of a nice optimistic song about strength. We need to stand by one another, which is something that I think ACC does for our seniors. We stand by them. The next song I'm going to sing is going to bring us back to the 30s, and some of you were not born then, but it was a song made popular by Frank Sinatra and a song that was featured in a Fred Astaire movie. But it's one of the most romantic songs of all times, and I hope you enjoy it. I performed it once before, and I had a special request to perform it again, so I hope you enjoy. Someday, when I'm awfully low, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. Lovely, with your smile so warm and your cheek so soft. There is nothing for me but to love you and the way you look tonight. Each word, your tenderness grows, tearing my fears apart. And that laugh that wrinkles your nose, it touches my heart. Handsome, never ever change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you and the way you look tonight. Tomcats, everybody. Your tenderness grows, tearing my fears apart. And that laugh that your nose. It touches my foolish heart. Lovely, don't you ever change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it? 'Cause I love you. And the way you look tonight. Tonight. Ooh, tonight. Tonight. Thank you. Thank you. For my final song, we're going to do a little Motown, a song made popular by the Four Tops, and I think you'll recognize it. It's an old song. A sentimental fool, I to hear an old love song and wanna cry, but the melody keeps haunting me, reminding me how in love we used to be. I keep hearing the part that used to touch my heart, saying together forever, breaking up never. It's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. It's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Yeah. You're sweet as a honeybee, but like a honeybee stings, you've gone and left my heart in pain. All you left is our favorite song, the one we dance to all night long. You used to bring sweet memories of a tender love that used to be. Now it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. It's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Oh, precious memory keeps a lingering on every time I hear our favorite song. Now you're gone, left this emptiness. I only reminisce the happiness we spent. We used to dance to the music. I love music. It's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. It's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Sentimental fool am I, hear an old love song and wanna cry, but the melody keeps on haunting me, reminding me how in love we used to be. I used to hear the part that used to touch my heart, sing together forever, breaking up never. It's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. It's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Oh, I don't wanna hear it Tomcats, everybody.
Let's give it up. Wasn't that a wonderful performance by May Lee, Tom, and the Tomcats? Let's give it up for them. Yes. So we're at the end of our first night of the Big Day of Giving. Did everybody have a lot of fun? Yeah? Okay. So Scott, how much have we raised tonight?
All right, so tonight we are ending this broadcast at $282,836 amazing dollars. So thank you, everybody.
Yay.
So we're gonna be coming back tomorrow. So again, my challenge to everybody out there, let's start tomorrow's telethon at 300,000. So if you can, give a little bit. Let's get us there.
Yeah. Okay. So.
All right. So tomorrow, if you join us again, we're going to be having ACC Showstoppers open our telethon. We'll also hear from Supervisor Patrick Kennedy, hear from Council Member Rick Jennings, and then we're going to have a very special tribute to Virginia Winnecke, celebrating her 20th anniversary with ACC Rides.
Yes. So there's a lot more performers, lots of entertainers, and even a special guest host, Sharon Ito, will also join us for an hour. So we'll make sure you tune in tomorrow. It's from 4 to 8 again, and it's our last day to donate for the Big Day of Giving, so you don't want to miss it. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.